नीचे लंबा कौन करो नहीं वो कौन ठीक रहेगा वो जगह देना मतलब बीच में फोन आ जाओ रहा जगह 5 मिनट की तो बातें सारी है उसको बोल आवाज को दिया जी हाँ चलो क्योंकि ये सारा ही बस यही बोलना है आवाज
Good morning, sir.
गुड मॉर्निंग मैडम जी हेलो आवाज
आवाज आ रही है सर
हाँ
मैडम को मैंने भेजा तो हुआ था चलो
हेलो हेलो जीतू हेलो हेलो
जी डॉक्टर साहब बोलिए, आवाज आ रही है, प्लीज स्पीक।
नमस्कार सर।
गुड
नमस्कार सर।
नमस्कार मैम नमस्कार शुरू करें मैडम
अभी बस कर रहे हैं सर, एक बार बीसी मैम ज्वाइन कर ले, 1 मिनट की और वेट है जस्ट, फिर सब शुरू करते हैं।
ओके आई एम वेटिंग
हेलो फिर से नमस्कार।
नमस्कार
ரொம்ப லோ இதெல்லாம்
जीतू आवाज उठता है इसमें देखिए ज्यादा होगी पता नहीं
இவர் இன்னும் வரல சார், ராஜன் சார்.
हेलो यहाँ से क्या हो गया ये कटार है क्या है?
ये म्यूट करो के पास म्यूट कर रखा अपन तो हटा रखा है
उन्होंने हटा रखे
बंद कर रखा उन्होंने म्यूट कर रखा है
कोई नहीं
अपना चालू है उसको
हेलो
I wish you all a very good morning. Today, on this very special
morning.
occasion of the inaugural of the International Conference on Idea, Bankruptcy of Educationists and Thinkers, I, Dr. Suman Ranga, Assistant Professor, BPSITTR, welcome you all on behalf of the whole faculties of BPSITTR,
आवाज है
भगत फूल सिंह महिला विश्वविद्यालय कानपुर कला सोनीपत हरियाणा इंडिया. So to begin with the program,
मेरी तो उनकी
I
तो
would like to invite Miss Ashu, student of B.Ed first year, for the Saraswati Vandana.
समर्पित है तुम्हें वंदना के स्वर समर्पित है तन भी मन भी प्राण अर्पित तन भी मन भी प्राण अर्पित है तुम्हें वंदना के स्वर समर्पित है तुम्हें वंदना के स्वर समर्पित है शक्ति दे माया शक्ति दे माया उजियारा दे शक्ति दे भक्ति दे जाने उजियारा दे भटकते को उम्रते को सहारा ऐसी शक्ति दान कर दे ऐसी शक्ति दान कर दे हमें वंदना के स्वर समर्पित है साधना ही लक्ष्य कल्याणकारी ज्ञान को साधना ही लक्ष्य हो कल्याणकारी ज्ञान हो पढ़े के हम फिरे बिना अभिमान हो साधना की लक्ष्य हो कल्याणकारी ज्ञान हो पढ़े के आकाश फिरे बिना हो ऐसी कर दे ऐसी दान कर दे माँ हमें वंदना के समर्पित है समर्पित है तुम्हें। वंदना के वंदना के वंदना के स्वर समर्पित है तुम्हें।
Thank you, Ashu. Now, University Pulgit will be played by Mr. Jagdish.
அதான் மாடல் தெரியும் அதுதான் நல்லா பார்க்கலாம் எப்போ போயிடுது அவன்கிட்ட நேரத்துக்கு தப்பு இல்லை தப்பு நம்மளுக்கு 3 அடிவாங்க தப்பு அக்கௌண்ட்ஸ் வந்துடும் யாரா கதிர் லட்சணாமூர்த்தி வந்துடுவான் அலிமுதீன் கதிர் அது அலிமுதீன்
Jagdish, please play the University Pulgit.
நவீன் ஒரு பையன் அப்புறமா பிரதாப் ஒரு பையன் அப்புறம் சாத்திய கருப்பா ஒரு முடிவு எடுக்கிறது அது அப்புறமா கணேஷ்குமார்
I think there are some technical issues, so please wait.
அதே மாதிரி டி மகாலட்சுமி அந்த பக்கம் வந்து சிந்து
Sorry for the inconvenience to the participant and the delegate.
பரவாயில்ல மகாராஷ்டிரா தான் ஒன்று தான் இருக்குது அது மட்டும் தான் சொல்லி அளவுக்கு இல்லை பாரத் சாமி அடி வாங்கிடலாம் ஃபஸ்ட்டு பேச்சு நல்ல பண்ணுறேன்
सर ज़्यादातर लोगों के माइक खुले हुए हैं, आप माइक बंद करिए पहले।
பாலாஜி சார் பாவம் ஏதோ ஒரு பண்ண கார்த்திக் அதே மாதிரி கார்த்திகை உள்ள போய் போயிட்டா இருக்கணும் சார் அது ஏமாத்தணும்
Thank you, Jagdish. Now, I invite Miss Vishu, B.Ed third semester student, to recite the Dhey mantra. Miss Vishu.
Thank you very much, ma'am. सत्कर्म यन्न बंधाय सा विद्या सा विमुक्त ये आयासाया परम कर्म विद्यान्य शिल्पने पुण्यम। अर्थात कर्म वही है जो बंधन में ना बांधे, विद्या वही है जो मुक्त करे, अन्य सभी कर्म निरर्थक क्रियाएं और अन्य सभी अध्ययन मात्र कारीगरी है। धन्यवाद।
It gives me immense pleasure to invite Dr. Suman Dalal, Dean Faculty of Education, Chairperson BPSITTR and coordinator of this international conference for the welcome address, introduction of the university and Global Educational Research Association, GERA. Welcome, ma'am.
Respected Professor Sudesh Shikara, Vice Chancellor Bhagpur Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, and Chief Patron of this conference, respected Dr. Dilbag Singh Bisla, Vice Chancellor Sunrise University, Alwar, Rajasthan, and Chief guest of this conference, Professor S.P. Malhotra, President GERA, keynote speaker of this inaugural session, Dr. Mahmooda Begum, Department of Education, Uttara University, Dhaka, guest of honor of this inaugural session, Dr. Richard Ishan, Director of AEC Alumna Center and IACIU UNESCO Project Ghana. Other my distinguished participants, my dear Dr. Reena, Dr. Priya, Dr. Sarla, Dr. Anu, who has done a lot in the organization of this workshop, and other my faculty members, dear participants, a very good morning to all of you. From my core of heart, I want to welcome all of you in this international conference as you all of us spared your precious, your valuable time. First of all, I want to welcome Professor Suresh that she has spared her precious time. She is busy nowadays in the, you may say, so many different meetings, especially the meetings and the works related with the finances, because this is the closing of the financial year. And in the morning also, she was busy in some other program. And ma'am, thank you very, welcome you. And I just, you know, say, give you my regards that you spared your time and uh, you are with us in our this inaugural session. Next, I want to welcome Professor Dilbag Singh Bislaji. That, sir, you will say within a short duration of information, you have managed to spare some time for our international conference. Sir, really, it is a very pride moment that you have spared your time and you give us your blessings in this international conference. Welcome, sir, in our international conference. Next, I want to thank you, Professor S.P. Malhotra, President GERA, and who is the, you know, say, soul of this conference, or what can I say, that soul or heart or everything. Because the main, basic concept, the detailed elaboration, and the detail of these conferences are due to Professor Malhotra. Sir, I'm really very, very thankful to you, grateful to you, and sir, welcome in our this conference. Next, I want to welcome Professor Mahmooda Begum, that she from Uttara University, Dhaka, that she has spared her time, though she has command over the, you know, say, Bangla language, but somehow she is willing that she will speak in English for us, and she is here with us, and she manages all her work, because these days some examination work is going on in her university. Also, she was busy there, but she has managed. Welcome, ma'am. And I welcome Dr. Richard Ishan, distinguished speaker of this conference, inaugural session. And he is, you may say, director of AE Center, Alumna Dhaka, and he is also associated in UNESCO project. And sir, very hearty welcome to you, as you have spared your time and distinguish our guest and our participants, that he was, you may say, he has sent his research paper to us and he is really involved in our different activities, in our pre-conference workshop and other activities. And really welcome you, sir. And I welcome all my dear participants who have spared their time, prepared their papers, and sent to us.
Thank you
And
so much. Thank you
made
very much.
big, you may say, give contribution, and you may say our number of participation is more than 800, and this is all you may say due to the hard work of my team, and you may say guidance of my vice chancellor and my registrar. They have guided us. They have, you may say, give their blessings, and the hard work of my team. I welcome you all in this conference. Next, I want to give a brief introduction of my university. The university, Bhakt Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur Kala, is a dream which come true. This is the dream of Bhagat Phool Singh Ji, which come true and you may say established as a university in 2006. Earlier, it was a Gurukul which was established by Bhagat Phool Singh Ji, and later on, after you may say his demise, his daughter Subhashini Ji took over the control of that Gurukul and worked, you may say, day and night in the expansion of the Gurukul, and she has, you may say, started so many different institutions which were the constituent institutions of this university. One institution is BPS Memorial Girls College, which was established in 1967. BPS College of Education, 1968, which is right now is Institute of Teacher Training and Research of our institution, who is organizing this conference. MSM Ayurveda College, established in 1973. BPS Mahila Polytechnic, established in 84. PIG Bhanswal Kala, 1999. PSD Girls Law College, 2003. So these were the constituent colleges of this university. And the institution, the Gurukul, which was started by just mere 3 girls. And right now, it is a big banyan tree with more than 7,000 girls, and this is the only women university of Northern India, which is a state university, and more than 7,000 girls are benefited by this university. 8,000 girls benefited by this university, because this university has affiliated colleges of Sonipat and Panipat districts with it. Moreover, it has 2 regional centers, 1 south campus, and more than 20 departments, institutes running on its main campus. So nowadays, this university is really, let's say, this university has so many different special centers, as Center for Indication Studies, Center for Society, University Interface and Research, Human Resource Development Center, Frontline Demonstration Center, Learning Resources and Center, Staff Training and Research Institute for Teaching of English, and University Placement and Counseling Cell. And this university has a memorandum of understanding with so many different organizations. Just let's say, enlisting a few of them, as the Shiksha Sanskriti Upanyas, New Delhi, Shri Vishwakarma Skill University, Haryana, Durban University of Technology, South Africa, St. Catherine University, USA, for academic exchange of Ayurvedic studies, uh, Pangbu University, South Korea, NCUI, National Cooperative Union of India, New Delhi, and Hero Motorsports and UNDP. So, and this university has health facilities, its own Ayurveda department, it has central library and all other facilities. But the main thing is that this university has, you may say, 6 sports facilities for all girls, and this university has organized the North John Women Kabaddi Championship, and the girls of this university won second position in the inter-university circle kabaddi and in kushtis and boxing. In these fields, the girls are doing very well. So this university is providing a safe and you may say very positive and full a chance of full development for girls, full development of their personality, whether it's in the academic field or in sports field or in cultural field, means the all-round development is you may say possible here in the university. Next, I want to give a brief introduction of our you may say associating partner, that is the Global Education Research Association (GERA), with whom we are in collaboration with this organization. We are organizing this international conference, and the GERA is a society having its own constitution, and the society has been founded on 12th November 2010, the day when the members elected Professor B.K. Pasi as the president of the society. This organization has the objectives such as to develop and promote educational research, to provide an international forum for discussion of problems related to educational research, to conduct workshops, seminars, conferences, etc., to disseminate findings of research, to publish journals, monograms, and other types of literature on educational research, to cooperate with organizations engaged in educational research, to carry out all such other activities as may be conducive to the attainment of all the objectives. You may say the membership, for the membership, any individual can be its member, or any association or organization or institution interested, that institution which is interested in the educational research can be accepted as the member of the association. So as individual or as organization, anyone can be its member, but the sole purpose is for the research in the field of education. Presently, the head office of this organization is at Lovely Professional University, Phagwara, Punjab, and the executive body is free to change its, you may say, location of the head office, and the functions of this office are to appoint subcommittees and working groups, etc., to fulfill the objects of the society, to take action on resolutions passed by general body and the conferences, to decide and take action on organizational, administrative, and financial matters, to fill up vacancies in the executive body or in any other committee, to appoint persons for carrying out the work of the society. This organization, you know, say, has been organizing the international conferences in India and abroad. Every year, at least once, it's you know, say, annually organizes the conferences in which the executive bodies meeting can be take place, and the other, you may say, countless international, national conferences, workshops, seminars, training programs, etc., regularly organized by GERA in the collaboration of with other institutions, especially in collaboration with different universities, India and abroad, all over the world. So, not taking so much time, I again welcome you all from my core of heart. Welcome you, each and everyone. Welcome. Now, I you may say give mic to Dr. Sumandanga.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind words. Now, I invite Dr. Rina Rani, Assistant Professor, BPSITTR, for the concept note about the conference.
Thank you, Dr. Suman. It's a great pleasure for me to take the opportunity to give the concept note of this conference, Idea Bankruptcy of Educationists and Thinkers. The primary assessment of COVID-19 seems to be categorized by cause. Everybody is panicked, and they are making misguided assumptions and making hasty decisions about the learning and teaching process. All school and colleges and the higher institution were closed not only in India but overall the world. All these actions are astonishing. Everybody wonders why the hell education imparting system have been closed down. Why did we not find out a system of education to solve the problem of closing down school and colleges? during this pandemic situations. The fact is that we panicked and we did not go back and look at what could have been done or what is being done. We suddenly closed down all the educational institutions as per the government guideline. It has led to great loss, especially to the beneficiaries and the functionaries of the education. The students have been devoid of classes continuously for 3 years, and teachers have lost their job or their pay packages. On the other hand, think of business houses. They made huge gain during this pandemic situation. Their malls and business mart did a great business by taking the goods to the home of the buyers. Technology was made available to all those who could work on mobile phones or laptops. Only issue was that the business personnel could think and innovate, whereas we, the educationists, never bothered to do that. Another aspect educationists are talking about is the assessment. The teachers are fearful that the student would cheat or copy. Nobody could suggest that we must change our examination system that are protected online. Online protecting may be good for certain types of examination, but not all types of examination. Few educationists might have talked about designing assessments such that there is no possibility of student to cheat in their examinations. Strange thing is that the educationists are still waiting for settling down of the present crisis. As if this is the last crisis and after this pandemic no problem will challenge the human being, as if there will be no volcanic eruption, no cyclone, or no earthquake in the world after this pandemic situation. All these wishful thinking is going on because we are not going to think and innovate other way of for the pandemic situations. Even the researchers are equally to be blamed. They have also not tried to research into various themes or the research questions. Is there a better alternate to campus based education or a particular model of online education that is supremely successful and can be applied equitably throughout the world? There are various variations of online education, just as there are variation of campus-based education. And the responsibility lies on the researcher to find out which type of mode will be applicable in this type of situation. Which one mode will be good or bad in which situations? In short, large number of questions should have been raised this pandemic situation to all the educationists and the thinkers. It is being felt that education organizations have failed to become resilient as to how our operations like teaching, learning, administration of teaching and learning have become so erratic that when a calamity like COVID-19 struck, we had to close down shops. And there is a huge lesson that we are elder, like teachers and researchers and educationists and thinkers, need to learn. We have to ask ourselves the question: why did we have to stop? Why did we have to close our operation during this pandemic situation? Why was it necessary? Researchers need to find out which methodology are better and how these can be more useful during these type of situation in future. Taking into consideration of all these crises, educationists will have to look at particular attributes of flexibility and affordance of technology. What technology or desired practices can do as opposed on its type of situations. It is the responsibility of the scholar, educationists, thinker, teachers, and researchers to deliberate and come out with the ideas to find out the alternate in these type of crises, that so that the future generation does not suffer. It is in this background that the present venture has been made by arranging this conference for the teachers, planner, and thinkers to find out the solution of this type of crisis in the present era as well as in the future era. Thank you very much. Now, mic is over to Dr. Suman Ranga.
Thank you, Dr. Reena, for briefing about the international conference. I now invite Dr. Sarla Rani, Assistant Professor, BPSITTR, for the introduction of the distinguished speaker.
Thank you so much. A very good morning, all of you. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Richard Hisson. He is distinguished speaker of this inaugural session. Dr. Richard Hisson, Director of AEC, Ghana, Research Fellow, IACIOU, and UNESCO Project. Dr. Richard, his curriculum vitae is so broad and captivating, but due to the shortage of time, I have just spoken the key points of his CV, which share you. And he is competent administrative professional supporting the underwriting process with effective document evaluation, report writing and file management skill, proficient in issuing codes and gathering details or reviewing renewal request. He has exceptional leader, talented at teaching uh, and leadership and technical save the outstanding relationship building training and presentation skills. He's dedicated to enhancing underwriting department or operation with an analytical and disciplined approach. He is able to work with minimum direction to solve problems, resolve conflicts, and respond to customer inquiries. He has different skills of conflict resolutions, public speaking, report writing, data management, and clerical support, strong verbal communications, risk management process and analysis, and team leadership, and interpersonal and written communications, and client assessment and analysis. He has additional leadership experience, served as the National Secretary and Distance Student Association of Ghana, College of Distance Education, University of Cape Coast, Ghana, and from October 2013. And now he work. Now, in the last, I welcome Dr. Richard Hisson for distinguished us as our speaker in this inaugural session. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Lalak. I now feel privileged to invite our distinguished guest speaker, Dr. Richard Essen, Director of AEC Ghana and Research Fellow, IACIU, OOPL, CHSD, UNESCO.
Good morning from Ghana, Africa. Thank you very much for this honor given to me. Please, am I audible? Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay. I am very much privileged to be called to such a conference. Actually, I've been searching for such opportunity to exhibit my academic strength. Now, we go straight to the point. What is the idea here? The idea here is educationists and thinkers becoming bankrupt, meaning issues to cater for the next generation is a problem at the moment. Yes. Let me say this. When you pick teaching, what next? Within education, which is the sole development of the nation or the globe at large. So, I believe in order to curb this bankruptcy, we have a way of dealing with it. Now I chose a topic here within the large team that was given. How prepared are teachers to change this issue? Or how prepared are teachers as a change agent? When we look at the ethics and values. Now the problem here is the globe or globalization has become, what is it, a challenging situation at the moment. You can think of wars, unemployment, underdevelopment, farming, illiteracy, and pandemic. Yes, these are enumerated problems. You can think of this recent Ukraine and Russia problems. All these are education problems to deal with. So how are we prepared to do that? It is a fact, actually, that education is the key to societal development. Yes, indeed. How is it that teachers are change effectors and always considered as change agents with these problems? Now, let me see. I've gone through several observations. I've gotten to meetings, conferences on teacher development. And I've thought of a code of conduct of teachers. With these three, I realized that when teachers go through it perfectly, they can be a change agent. Let's see these findings. The teacher is a future developer. That one must know it. If you don't know it, it becomes a problem. He has many roles to play in order to achieve his objectives. Many societal outcries put a teacher into a task-burdened professional. The community looks up to the teacher, religion looks up to the teacher, the nation looks up to the teacher. An entire globe, which is now a global village, is looking up to the teacher. That is why the team came, Bankruptcy of Educationists. What are the ideas then? This makes the teacher to be considered as a hard-working professional for lifting up expectations. Now, let's see some of these social expectations that is derived from or that is expected from teachers. One, to bring up quality students, meaning quality students from now on, we can deal with all sections. Two, to support society in its knowledge development. We realize that society needs knowledge-based development. When the crisis came, pandemic, there were a lot of social education. This has to sensitize people to go through the perfect way of living with it. Three, to build good relationship between knowledge field and social field. The society doesn't know what is happening in school. If they know it at all, the reality, the philosophical aspect is ignorant to them. So it is the duty of the teacher to build a good relationship within these two fields. Four, we are mediators between social field and business field, if you want to think of development. Because if you want to develop, you depend on education. Even a normal, business person need to arrange his or her items. Now, the national expectations. Teachers to value their students' input. Remember, whatever a child says he or she says it with strength and it has a magnitude. So we say, teacher should value their students' input. They should respect their culture, linguistics, socio-economic, and educational background when planning and teaching. That doesn't mean when a child goes wayward, you can straighten him or her. You have to. No. Two, the teacher should be aware of the role, of his role or her role as he or she becoming a potential agent of change. I can recall when I began my teaching. Now I don't teach anyway. I was not thinking of anything at all. I didn't even know that I could make a change. I was only thinking of how to make my student pass their examination. So you see, when we realize our strengths, our potentials, that we can make a change in our school, community, and country, then dealing with bankruptcy will not be a problem at all. The teacher is responsible for creating a safe, encouraging learning environment. We don't use money anyway to create all these things. We have been trained in such a way that the learning atmosphere should be conducive, that every talent would avail itself in the life of the learner. Here we can deal with this bankruptcy. Now, when all these expectations are dealt with by teachers, then the global quest for teachers to do well, that is going deeper into our bank, could be realized or could be fulfilled. Excuse me. Sustainable Development Goal 4 of the United Nations 17 SDGs is all about quality education, equitable education, and pre-primary and secondary education for all boys and girls. We've begun this several years or some time back, and we are realizing that yes, indeed, it is helping. It is reducing poverty. It is enlightening people. People can communicate, share ideas with others. The poor can share ideas with the rich. The rich can share with the poor, reducing poverty. So how do we do this to achieve these targets? Access to quality education, access to quality teachers. I remember the pandemic ended a lot of teachers' work life, and they were sent home. This means such teachers were not qualitatively trained. But I realized that those with quality trained or quality and nurtured were all stayed put and were cared for till the pandemic got ended, or till we got used to this pandemic. So access to quality teachers, use of quality learning tools, academic and professional development of teachers is a key. Then establishment of safe and supportive quality learning environments. As I said, now let's see this, recommendations, or let's see this. Academic is really a key. Teachers have been upgrading academically with the national request. The academic level of teachers is now not less than diploma in teacher education. Most teachers have aspired higher to philosophy level just to be better off for change making. The National Teaching Council, with respect to Ghana, where I am, is responsible for teachers' professional development. They have been the forefront of providing seminars, workshops, trainings for teachers to abridge them with the required skills for changing behaviors in education. Teachers are guided in their duties by code of conduct, which are the laws and to regulate their professional activities. Yes. Now, let's reflect on this. Change is the end result of all learning. One, the root of education is bitter. It's hard to swallow, but the fruits are sweeter. So let us endure all roots in bankruptcy as educationists and thinkers, while the fruits are waited from another seeds for the good of humanity. If we believe that education is the most powerful weapon for changing the world, then teachers are the change agent. So I think with the 10 minutes that was given, I can only share this with the community of Institute of Teacher Training and Research, BPSMV, and Global Education Research Association. Thank you so much. Well done for such an opportunity to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Richard, for your address. I now feel delighted to invite Dr. Anu Balhara, Assistant Professor, BPSITTR, for the introduction of the Guest of Honor.
Thank you, Dr. Suman. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our guest of honor of the International Conference, Dr. Mahmood, Department of Education, Uttara University, Dhaka, Bangladesh. She has done her honors and masters in Bangla from Dhaka University. She has completed her Bachelor of Education and Masters of Education from National University, Bangladesh. She is the writer of the reference book of Bangla Sikho of National University, Bangladesh. Not taking much time, and I have now hand over the mic to Dr. Suman Ranga.
Thank you, Dr. Anu. I now feel honored to invite Dr. Mahmooda Begum, Department of Education, Uttara University, Dhaka, for the address.
Thank you, Dr. Shumon. Honorable Vice Chancellor, distinguished guests and participants. Assalamu alaikum, namaskar, and adab. It's my pleasure to be connected here in this conference. Idea, Bankruptcy of Educationists and Thinkers, organized by BPS, Institute of Teachers Training and Research and Global Educational Research Association. The purpose of the conference is great. The focus on becoming resilient in time of calamity, whatever it is natural and man-made. We should be updated in our operations like teaching, learning, administration of teaching and learning to meet the challenges like COVID-19. We should work for getting the answer of the questions. Why did we have to stop? Why did we have to close our operations in time of COVID-19? Now let me discuss on effective engagement in teaching learning process and resiliency educational organization. Resiliency can be defined simultaneously as the ability to recover rapidly from difficult situations, as well as being the capacity to endure ongoing hardship in every conceivable way. Resiliency describes the psychological strength to withstand biological, psychological, and psychosocial development risks, despite difficulties and burdens that may obstruct or even destroy children's healthy path of development. Resilience children develop age appropriate competencies. Resiliency research has identified protective factors that works as a counterbalance, helping children not only to withstand but to cope successfully and develop further in an age appropriate way. Thus, turning biographical disruptions into positive development, exposing learners to situations that forever risks and uncertainty without the trust and security of a well-managed classroom may have the adverse effect and lead to disengagement and unlimited withdrawal for some learners. Education planning is a purposeful process of progress. Advancement and change is the basic of planning. Basically, planning is blueprint of a well-thought and continuous action plan for the advancement and change of educational institutions and education system. In the case of the pandemic, the shift to online learning was so certain that trialing different versions of the innovation was impossible. Beralt et al. Suggest that online learning may be less effective than classroom learning as students are less engaged. And Tang argues that face-to-face learning is more effective than online learning for teaching pragmatics. In the literature, a variety of advantage for online teaching, which can be categorized as organizational or pedagogical, have been suggested in these teachers' comments. Some organization advantages were given but no pedagogical advantage were identified. Advantages of online education include some or all of the following: an existing infrastructure that can be used for course delivery. The technology is cross-platform, access to the servers and the internet is widely available with standard interfaces. Online education can be flexible, accessible, accessible and convenient for students. There can often be institutional cost saving and time saving over traditional place-based education. And there is often advantages to the instructor, such as ease in updating and revision of courses. Many barriers to learning and teaching at a distance and caused by lack of access to resource and people. Further, the most critical uh, obstacles, obstacles appear related to person resi- resolu- reduce- resistance to or fear of the many changes that must occur at the individual and organization level. Added to these fears, the lack of support for the changing roles of students and teachers, and you have the ingredient that often lead to significant impediment to success in online education. Other various areas of her difficulties in assessment, whether it involves evaluating students' online work or the rewarding, compensating, evaluating, and supporting of faculty members teaching online, and as they develop technological mediated learning environments. To know what is unknown, that is education. Education is a lifelong process. Human being passes whole life taking education from birth to death. But in the general sense, learning from school, college, university is education. Education planning is urgently needed. Education planning is an intellectual process through which managers are able to realize what needs to be done for education and how and when it can be able. Education planning is all about thinking before doing. So let's think before doing. We should do what will be helpful for the better adjustment of our students in their day-to-day life situation. Thank you for giving patience and hearing me. Thank you once again for this nice conference. Stay safe and stay prepared to mitigate any adverse situation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the address and your valuable thoughts. Now, I invite Dr. Priya Dhingra, Assistant Professor, BPS ITTR, for the introduction of the keynote speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Suman. Today is a great privilege for me. I, Dr. Priya Dhingra, Assistant Professor, BPS Institute of Teachers Training and Research, introduce the keynote speaker of the day in this 2 days international conference on idea bankruptcy of educationists and thinkers. I know words will fall short introducing Professor Malhotra, a renowned educationist. Professor S.P. Malhotra, presently President Global Educational Research Association. He was the Director, Educational Technology Management Academy, Gurugram, Haryana. He has also been Professor of Education and Fellow at National University of Educational Planning and Administration and Chief Consultant, Ministry of Human Resource Development, New Delhi. His long tenure was in Department of Education, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. He was the Dean Academic Affairs at Kurukshetra. He has held various academic and administrative positions in Kurukshetra University, like Director Distance Education, Registrar of the University, and Dean of the Faculty of Education. He has been at various journal and executive bodies of NCT, NAC, and UGC. He is the member of the Quality Higher Education Committee of the UGC of Nepal. He has been the president of All India Association of Educational Research. He has more than 150 research papers to his credit in the field of educational technology and teacher education. His research papers have been published in many journals of repute at both national and international level. He has been successfully completed more than 50 research projects sponsored by various agencies like NCRT, UGC, Government of India, Government of Haryana, and other such agencies. He is the author of State Education Policy 1996 of Haryana. For his contribution in the field of teacher education, he has been awarded Best Teacher Educator Award for the year 2005-2006. He has guided many doctoral theses. His area of specialization are qualitative research, educational technology, and higher education. He has also worked on models of teaching, strategies of teaching, and computer-assisted instructions. Other than this, he is the main backbone and inspiration behind this international conference. He worked day and night as a helping hand. Thank you for your support. List of achievements of Professor Malhotra is so long, but the time duration is short. To inject us with a dose of enthusiasm and positivity, I, on behalf of BPS Institute of Teachers Training Research, welcome our keynote speaker, Professor S.P. Malhotra. Thank you. Over to Dr. Suman.
Thank you, Dr. Priya Dhingra. Now, I invite Dr. Suman Dalal, Dean Faculty of Education and Chairperson. Sorry. I now feel honored to invite Dr. S.P. Malhotra, President Agera, for the address.
Thank you very much. And I will say, esteemed Vice Chancellor of the University, Madam Namaskar. Dear Neelam Malik, the Registrar of the University, Dr. Suman Dalal, Dean of the Faculty, Dr. Reena Rani, Dr. Sarla, Dr. Anu Balhara, Dr. Priya Dhingra, researchers and friends. I also welcome Dr. Richard Hassan and Dr. Mahmouda Begum from Bangladesh. I should say I feel flattered and honored to get the chance to be the keynote speaker in this two-day international conference being organized by Bhagat Pul Singh University of Haryana in collaboration with Bharati Shiksha Mandal. I have come to know that there are more than 200 participants in this conference. It is a matter of pride that university is conducting a conference on the most itching theme entitled Idea Bankruptcy of Educationists. It shows the concern of the university towards the changes at the global level. The conference has posed a challenge before the educationists and researchers with a question: how is it if you are when you are always supposed to find solutions, you yourself have not found the solution for yourself? Question like this is a tab on the existing problem. I will say, I will salute the Vice Chancellor of the University, Dean Education of the University, faculty, that they could find out such a problem and they were so sensitive to such a big issue, which is not an Indian issue alone, it is a global issue, that there is an idea bankruptcy. On behalf of GERA, as well as on my own behalf, I welcome all of you to the conference. I will say, participants, that you are lucky to have a chance to attend this virtual conference where Vice Chancellor as well as her staff is so sensitive to and straightforwardly she's thrashing the issue, most prominent issue rather, in the field of education. Friends, question is not so simple to answer, that there is a problem, rather a nexus between the university system or the higher education system and the business or industrial system. There is a nexus. It is like this, that the universities find solutions and the industry or the business always gives a problem to the university to find out the solutions. There is a nexus. Whenever any problem comes, the business houses will give this problem to the universities, and the universities will find solutions. You will be asking, why is it so? There is a reason. Universities are such type of agencies where there is a storehouse of knowledge in the shape of library, as well as the human being who have the knowledge and information. Whereas in the industry, there is industries cannot go for the research issues; they only have the problems. So this nexus goes on, and universities, being the repositories of the knowledge, have the onus on them to find the solutions. So this nexus is there, and the question which is being raised as when the theme of the conference was being presented, that how is it that business houses were open and the universities or the colleges or the schools remained closed? It's a big question. It was not in India alone, it was all over the world. There is a reason behind it. One of the things is that education is for the society as well as the whole, all of the people. Whereas a business is only for the elite people, or the industry is only for the elite people. The changes which come in the industry, they impact the education system, but the education transforms that system. This is this one. Second thing is, education is a very slow process. Education is never transforming process. It is only the industry which is a transforming process. You might have seen many industries close up after some time, whereas no educational institution ever closes up, in spite of all those problems. That is why university is a slow process, whereas the business houses are a swift process, and they apply or they use the innovations and then utilize the innovations, have the profit motive with them. All the business houses have a profit motive, whereas education is for the good of the society. That is why the common good, it is called as the common good. So therefore, there is a reason behind it. All the stakeholders in education system, stakeholders are teachers, as well as parents, and also the students. The stakeholders always have a fear of failure. They are always thinking, if they use any innovation, it may not be bringing them the failure, it may not fail. That is the issue with them. So that is why they will not adopt any innovation so I should say swiftly or ever. So you might have seen, it is just this issue that in most of the colleges as well as in the universities, students are not allowed to bring their smartphone in the classrooms. This is what is the fear of failure, fear with the educational institutions. So whenever there is a new way of life, they are always, I should say, worried that it may not fail. So this nexus goes on. That is why, in spite of the fact that industry has gone for the fourth revolution is that robots are there, automatic system is there, all these things are there. But education institutions have not gone for all those things. Still, teachers feel that education will be meaningless if the teacher is not. My point over here is that is why this problem is still there, and it will be there in future. Now the question is it the first time that pandemic is there? No, pandemics have been there, and pandemics will be there in the future also. It will never come, the day will never come when there will not be pandemics. So therefore, what to do? Only thing is that the universities and as well as the colleges as well as the schools will have to adapt themselves. They may adapt slowly, I know it. They will go slowly for this, but they will have to come out of the comfort zone. How to come out of the comfort zone is really a question, and how to do that is also a question. I will just tell you a story over here. There was a very weak boy. This boy went to God and said that I want to be strong. Please give me the strength. God said, yes, you can be given the strength. One thing is you have the hair, you please don't cut your hair. This is the first condition. Second is that don't touch anybody. This is the second condition. Third condition is that you will have a stick in your hand and you will be all powerful. The boy came on us and he was all powerful. I will tell you what is that powerful. These thick hair were nothing but the social media. And those not to touch anybody was nothing but artificial intelligence, disruptive technologies. This was that not to touch anybody. Third thing was the stick. Stick was nothing but the internet. The moment the boy got his hair cut, naturally, his all power will be gone. The moment this boy touches anybody, the all power will be gone. And the third thing is, the moment he leaves the stick, this power will be gone. Point over here is, this is the case for the educationists also. If the education wants to be powerful, they will have to use what is that called as the social media. That is WhatsApp, etc. They will have to use. Otherwise, certainly they will not be powerful. Second thing is that disruptive technology, that is artificial intelligence, they will have to use it. Otherwise, that is instead of that not touching is there. Whether see for a while we are sitting at home, still we are powerful that we are talking to each other. That is what is the power. Third thing is the internet. This internet is a basic thing which is the stick with us. Another question over here, friends, is that this process will have to go on unless we but there needs to be somebody who will always show the mirror to us. Again, I will tell you a story over here. I know that I am telling the story in order to be very easy to there, because the question is, are we having idea bankruptcy? Are we bankrupt of ideas? Perhaps this is a big question. This is like this, that there was a lioness. This lioness gave birth to a cub and died. A herd of sheep was coming on the way, and it saw that the cub is there and it is helpless cub. The motherhood came in that in the sheep. She picked up the lion cub and took it with her. Naturally, the children grew up along with the small cubs or the kids of the lion of the sheep. The kids were always just criticizing this cub. See, for a while, we are just like a ball. We know how to walk and see our face. What a beautiful face we have. Whereas you are having moustaches on your face. You are just very badly looking person, and you also know how to chew the grass. What are you doing? And this small cub was unable to answer the things. It was always worried about itself. Then came, once a lion came, the big lion. The moment the sheep, those kids of the sheep saw the lion, they started running away. This cub also started running away. The lion could spot the cub, and it could hold the cub in its mouth and took this cub to the stream, where it told the cub, please see your face. You are the most powerful person. See your face in water. See, you are not a sheep. You are a cub. So you are a lion. So therefore, your teeth are good. Your face is good. You can run properly. Point over here is the same is the case with education. Education is a process which transforms the society. Our teachers, our planners, everything, they will have to be shown the mirror. I am really thankful to the Honorable Vice Chancellor of this university, as well as the Dean of this faculty, that they showed the mirror to the researchers as well as the, I should say, the teachers, that they will have to be powerful and they should not think themselves to be just sheep which will be going without their work and all, without affecting the society. So therefore, they will have to do some make use of the available things which are there in the society. So therefore, friends, I will certainly say two things and I will stop. I know that it is very easy to preach over here, but I will simply say, please adopt the changes which are there. This is one. Second thing is, be sure that you are a powerful thing in the society. Education is the most powerful thing. Third thing is that it is a competitive society. We do tell that cooperation, coordination is a part of it, but I will tell you that it is a competitive society. I will again tell you that in the corporate part, it is there. If you have ever heard, the corporate part is a zoo, and where on the entrance, two things are written, that whenever the first light of the sun touches the earth, the stag runs swiftly. It runs faster than its speed, because if it does not run, it will be eaten. When the first light of the sun falls, touches the earth, the lion or the tiger just runs fast. It runs faster than its speed, because if it does not runs fast, it is a competition like this. But cooperation is also there. So I will say, friends, we will have to go for the competition. I know that industry or the business houses are for the profit, whereas we are for the public good. But still, we will have to run faster than our speed in order to have the best use of the education for the society. Because see, for a while we have lost 3 years, and these 3 years are most precious. I know that on the face of it, it doesn't look very fast that it's we have lost something, but really we have lost 3 years of the youth who are there, 3 years of the children who are studying, 3 years of the teachers who are employed in the system. So with these things, I will simply say, friends, let us adopt technology. This is one. Let us innovate the ways in order to provide best teaching learning situation, best assessment process to our students. And above all the stakeholders are looking at us, and they will certainly look at us to find solutions for their job. With these things, I will say thank you very much, friends. And really, I feel honored that you gave me the chance to be here. Really, I heard Richard as well as Mahmouda Begum. They were really nice. But also thankful to the Honorable Vice Chancellor that she gave me the chance. And friends, let us cooperate and come up together. Thank you very much, friends.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the address and your valuable thoughts. Now, I invite Dr. Suman Dalal, Dean Faculty of Education and Chairperson, BPSITTR, for the introduction of Chief Guest.
Good morning to all. Dr. Dilbag Singh Bisla is the Vice Chancellor of Sunrise University, Alwar, Rajasthan. And he has shown his leadership qualities from his youth, as he has been the president of Student Union of Government College Jean, and he has been the president of Student Union Choduran Kisan College Jean, and he was the member of working committee education as Choduran Education Samiti Jean, and he has been the member of Yodha Smart Samiti Yamunanagar, member of Shiksha Sanskriti Uttanyas, member of Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal, member of Bharatiya Itihas Sankalan Samiti Haryana, and he has been the ex-member of the Board of Governors nominated by Governor of Uttarakhand for a term of 3 years in graphic era Parvatiya University, Dehradun from 2011 to 2014, and he has been hold so many different administrative positions as principal of Mata Sundari Girls College,
बोर हुई ना फिर मैं क्या करूं?
पंजाब प्रिंसिपल आर्य कन्या महाविद्यालय गुरुकुल मोड़ माशा करनाल, प्रिंसिपल चौधरी धजाराम जनता institutions Butana Sonipat Haryana, and he has been the director of Aryan Institute Pratipad Bhopal. So you may say beside these administrative responsibilities, he has been the you may say has write in total 7 books, and these books are one is the as on Lok Nayak Jay Prakash Narayan की परिवर्तन प्रक्रिया का भारतीय राजनीति पर प्रभाव. The other one is बौद्ध साहित्य में नारी की स्थिति. Next one is the Socio-Soviet Union relationships. Next is the भारतीय ग्रामीण समस्याएं एवं समाधान के परिप्रेक्ष्य में चौधरी देवीलाल जी की सोच. Next one is भारतीय ग्रामीण समाज और चौधरी चरण सिंह जी. Next one is राजीव गांधी और उनकी विदेश नीति. And last one is the प्रधानमंत्री राजीव गांधी के समय भारत चीन संबंध. And out of these 7 books, 5 books are placed at the Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, New Delhi, Trimurti House. He has, you may say, guided different research, PhD research scholars, and you may say MPhil research scholars, and he has, you may say, his in publication in national and international journals is more than 30, and he has presented paper in national international conferences is again more than 50, and he has, you may say, nowadays he is the Vice Chancellor of Sunrise University, Alvar, and not taking so much time because he has a very vast, you may say, academic and administrative exposure. So I am just handing over mic to Dr. Suman Nanda.
Thank you, ma'am, for introducing our chief guest of the international conference. Now, I feel honored to invite Dr. Dilbag Singh Bisla, Vice Chancellor, Sunrise University, Alwar, Rajasthan, for the address.
Unmute yourself, sir.
Sir, unmute कीजिए अपने mic को. Sir, please unmute. You are not audible, sir.
Unmute yourself, sir. Unmute.
आवाज आई मैडम? हेलो.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. आगे सर आगे.
Audible, sir.
सबको नमस्कार. First of all, I extend my warm regard to Professor भगत फूल सिंह महिला महाविद्यालय खानपुर कला सोनीपत हरियाणा and chief patron of this 2 days conference for giving me opportunity to be a part of this international conference. I would like to thank Dr. Neelam Malik, worthy registrar, Bhagat Phool Singh Mahavidyalaya, and patron. Keynote speaker Professor S.P. Malhotra, President HERA, Coordinator Dr. Suman Dalal, Dean Faculty of Education and Chairperson convener Dhimra, Dr. Reena Rani, Associate Professor, Bhagat Phool Singh University, Co-Convener, Dr. Anu Bhalara and Dr. Sarla Rani, Assistant Professor. All delegates, staff members and research scholars. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here with us today. I feel pleasure to be a part of this international conference on idea, bankruptcy of educationists and thinkers organized by Institute of Teacher Training and Research, Kanpur University, in collaboration with the Global Education Research Association, means GIRA. It gives me a great pleasure to be here today. I am indeed honored to be among us you today. I can join, feel energy here. It gives me great hope to see all the shining face and immense potential that I see gathered here in virtual international conference. The topic is idea, bankruptcy, educationist and thinker. Now after COVID-19, technology may be considered an important layer in most instrumental systems similar to architectural building comprise various layers from framing to the electrical to the technological. Research has demonstrated that engaging learner in the learning process increases their attention and focus, motivates them to practice higher level critical thinking and promote meaningful learning experiences. Student-teacher interaction is considered an important aspect for various sessions. Teachers who had a positive interaction with their students were more involved and attentive. Teacher-student interaction has resulted in a positive classroom environment that affects the learning and growth of students positively. There are three ways to learner engagement with the assessment activities. Give students a voice in their assessment plan. Keep students informed of coming change in standard and assessment. Boost engagement by the helping students use their assessment data to the challenging, achievable goals and targets. Providing learners with feedback on their work is an important part of learning process. But teachers should not expect students to simply be positive receiver of the feedback. To get the maximum impact, teachers should give comments and enter into a dialogue with the student to help them incorporate action in their future work. Now I want to thank again Dr. Suman Dalal, whole team for organizing this international conference. Thank you. I want to say some word about your Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Professor Des. It is better for a city to be governed by a good man even than by good law. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the address.
Okay, ma'am.
Now, I feel privileged to invite Dr. Anu Balhara, Assistant Professor, BPS, ITTR, for the introduction of Honorable Vice Chancellor Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur Kala, Sonipat, Haryana.
I, Dr. Anu Balhara, Assistant Professor, BPSITTR, feel privileged to introduce our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Bhagat Phool Singh, Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Thanpur Kalam, Sonipat, Haryana, Professor Sudesh Ji. Prior to this, Dr. Sudesh Ji has been working as a professor at the University School of Management, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, Haryana, India. She has been the director, Women's Studies Research Center, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. She has been the director, Human Resource Development Center, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. She has been awarded the prestigious Commonwealth Fellowship 2002-2003 tenable at Cardiff Business School at Cardiff, United Kingdom. She has been awarded the postdoctoral fellowship in 2009-2010 by the University Grants Commission, New Delhi. She has 31 years of experience, which is a blend of the academic, administrative, and research exposure. She has published many defining research papers in the area of banking, financial services, and management. She has international exposure by way of visiting universities of United Kingdom like Oxford University, Cambridge University, Warwick University, London, School of Economics, and the University of Sydney in Australia. She has been actively involved in the UGC program on capacity building for women managers in higher education as a trainee, trainer, and coordinator of SAM and TOT workshops. She is a privileged editorial board member of various research journals. She is a member of various statutory bodies of universities like Executive Council, Academic Council, and Finance Committee. She has initiated revision of syllabi of MBA program as per the requirement of industries. She has been associated with the implementation of choice-based credit system in the university. She has organized international seminar on relevance of Gita in modern day management on 9th of December 2016 and national seminar de-risking Indian agriculture crop insurance way on February 10, 2017, supported by NABARD. She is a member of expert committee of UGC and AICT for assessment, accreditation, and administration of grants and aid for educational institutions. She is a member of the Association of Commonwealth Scholars and Fellow, ACSF, New Delhi. The list of her achievements is so long, but due to the shortage of time, I now hand over the mic to Dr. Suman Ranga.
Thank you, Dr. Anu. I now feel honored to invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, BPSMV, Kanpur Kala, Sonipat, Professor Sudesh Ji, for the presidential address.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Dilbagh Bisla, Chief Guest of this conference, Dr. Mahmooda Begum, the Guest of Honor, and Professor S.P. Malhotra, President GERA, and who happens to be my Dean Academic Affairs and Registrar of my university. And I'm happy to share with the audience that we have been very good neighbors too. So my respect to Professor S.P. Malhotra, Dr. Richard, Dr. Suman Dalal and her very motivated team. I'm really delighted to be a part of this inaugural session of the two-day online international conference on the theme, Idea Bankruptcy of Educationists and Thinkers, being organized by ITTR. I congratulate Dr. Suman Dalal and her team for taking this initiative. Not only this initiative, a number of initiatives she has been taking, and that gives me a lot of confidence that I'm heading an institution which has got a very dedicated team, particularly in the area of teachers training, and with the guidance of the best in the industry. They are with you in capacity of resource persons. Earlier also, I observed in one of the international conference that you organize, I really feel that one of my department, that is ITTR, is at par with best in the country. And this international conference will provide a platform to the participants across the country and across the globe to share their idea on this crucial theme concerning education during the pandemic and post-pandemic. One thing I observed when I was going through the theme, that is bankruptcy of educationists, this idea did not really, I didn't observe that there was bankruptcy. I think the teachers across the country in India, they were able to handle the way it came. Because COVID, nobody could predicted that it would happen at such a pace. But in a very little span of time, the teachers of our country, they adopted what we were just talking, 10-12 साल से हम बात कर रहे थे, online teaching, learning. That happened in a very short span time of, say, 1 to 2 years. Very senior teachers struggling to come on digital platforms, trying to deliver things. That's something which COVID taught us. Of course, there were certain lacunas were there, but this would not happen, to my mind. We would not have shifted to digital platforms at a faster pace than this if this would not have happened. COVID gave us a lot of bad things, bad memories. It disrupted everything. But this one good thing happened with the education, that we all shifted in some form or the other on digital platforms. But these digital platforms, they're not going to provide solutions of all kind. We feel tired teaching online, but it could be in a, say, blended mode. We could use these technologies, these platforms into certain areas, which I think in times to come will become a permanent feature. We could not have imagined a workshop where we are roping in the very good speakers across the globe. I saw it in a large number of other conferences also. So now that's going to stay in forever. The best in the world on any topic, everybody will have access to that, his or her expertise. That is something good has happened. But at the same time, it is not only delivery, the evaluation system, the way we'll evaluate our students when we are using these digital platforms. So I think the teacher educators have to play a very important role. They'll have to teach the students or train the teachers to think creatively. Creativity has to come in. They have to design things and they have to execute it as well. So design thinking, creativity, they're going to be the, in futures, those all things will have to come in. One more thing, Dr. Suman was saying that they have been working under my direction. Believe me, no input has gone from my side to the organizers, except for my blessings for the good work that they're doing. Since you are already working with the best educationists in the country, I promise as head of the institution that you'll rope in all these people and make your ITTR as a center of excellence, where women from not only India, but SAARC countries should also come and study here. Some sort of linkages could be developed at international level. When you have a person like Professor S.P. Malhotra as your mentor, I believe this task can be done very easily, and would also request the learned resource persons here to share their expertise and help this ITTR Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya to move ahead because they've been working tirelessly for empowering women through education. So in this endeavor, each one of you would also be contributing in your unique ways. So not taking much of your time, I would wish the conference a very best, and I'm sure the ideas that are going to come in here, they would be implemented, and this academic deliberations would go a long way in, say, making teachers better in every aspect. So with these words, I once again thank each one of you, especially Professor S.P. Malhotra, Dr. Dilbag, Dr. Begum, Mahmood Begum, and everybody, and all the participants. Richard, he has shared his experience from his country. So with these words, I once again thank each one of you and all the very best.
Thank you, ma'am, for your executive address. I now invite Dr. Reena Rani, Assistant Professor, BPS ITTR, for the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Ranga. Good afternoon to all. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. I would like to thank all the honorable delegates who blessed us with their presence in this international conference. I, Dr. Reena, on the behalf of the organizing committee, convey my deep regards and hearty thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sudesh Ji, for her constant help and guidance that radiate a source of journey with us. Your blessing is precious, ma'am, for all the ITTR faculty members. I also thankful to our worthy registrar, Dr. Neelam Malik ji, who helped us in obtaining the necessary administrative approval for organize this conference. She supported in all possible manner to organize this conference. Today, my words are not enough to express the gratitude to our chief guest, Professor Dilbag University, Alwar, Rajasthan, and keynote speaker, Professor S.P. Malhotra ji, President, Global Education Research Association, who graced us with their kind presence and very inspiring inaugural address. My special thanks to our guest of honor, Dr. Mahmooda Begum ji, Associate Professor, Department of Education, Uttar University, Dhaka, for her gracious presence in this international conference. At this moment, I would also like to thank Dr. Richard Hussain ji, Director of AEAC Ghana, for sparing his time for this conference. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling months in advance. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a motivated team. Firstly, I would like to thank our beloved chairperson, Dr. Suman Dalal ji, for giving us guidance at every step of this conference. I am very much thankful to our faculty, colleague members, and non-teaching staff members who always stand by us and motivate us for the successful organization of this international conference. At the end, I would like to take this opportunity to thank my nuclear counterpart, Dr. Sarla, Dr. Priya, and Dr. Anu Balara, who joins in to organize this team conference. If time is money, then today you have spent million for us. So thank you to all of for making this event successfully. Again, thank you very much, every participant, delegates, Honorable Vice Chancellor ma'am, and Professor S.P. Malhotra ji. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Reena ma'am. Now, I invite Miss Vishu, B.Ed third semester student, to recite the Kalyan Mantra.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah Sarve Santu Niramaya Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Ma Kaschit Dukh अर्थात सभी सुखी होवे, सभी रोग मुक्त रहे, सभी मंगलमय घटनाओं के साक्षी बने और किसी को भी दुख का भागी न बनना पड़े। इन्हीं मंगल कामनाओं के साथ आपका दिन मंगलमय हो। ओम शांति शांति शांति। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Vishu. Now, I would like to request all our dignitaries from India and abroad, esteemed faculty members, research scholars, and all our participants to please stand for the national anthem.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you all.
Now, thank you all for attending our inaugural session. Now there is an announcement that after 3 minutes, our and please stay with us. Just after 3 minutes, we are starting at 12:30. Dear participants, just wait for a few seconds. One of our resource person has joined, and other one is just joining. So just wait for a few seconds. As she joined, we will start our plenary session. Welcome, Ravi Bhushan sir.
Namaskar, ma'am. Thank you.
Namaskar, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Just we are waiting for our another resource person, Professor Renu Nanda.
Sure, ma'am.
As she joins, she is from Jammu University. As she joins, we will start.
Sure, ma'am. ठीक है, ma'am.
A very good afternoon to all participants. It gives to extend it to a very warm welcome to everyone on behalf of BPSITTR in plenary session. First, I welcome renowned personalities who are meticulous in their fields. It is a matter of honor to welcome Professor Renu Nanda, HOD of Department of Education, University of Jammu, Jammu, Professor Ravi Bhushan, working as Professor Controller of Examination in Bhagat Phul Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur Kala, and head department head learning resource center and department of foreign languages BPSMV Kanpur Kala Sonipat. I also welcome to Dr. Suman Dalal ma'am, Dean Faculty of Education and Chairperson BPSITTR. Now I invite Dr. Suman Dalal ma'am for brief introduction of our first plenary session speaker Professor Ravi Bhushan ji.
Good afternoon to everyone. Professor Ravi Bhushan is the chairperson of English and he is also holding the chairpersonship of Foreign Languages Department. He is our controller of examinations and so many other responsibilities of university he has, and very, you may say, very, you may say, outstanding way he is performing all his duties, and that's why the reward of good work is more work, and he has many different you may say administrative and you may say academic works of the university. He has the responsibility. So besides from his administrative and academic responsibilities of the university, I just want to tell you that he is the alumnus of Madras University, and he is, you may say, serving our university for more than, I must say, 12 years. He is, you may say, assistant professor in the Haryana Education Department, and he has written so many books, textbooks of BPSMV and other universities, and also he has authored a reference book on William Golding and co-edited 2 books, Affinities India and Korea, Past and Present, and Mekong Ganga Axis. And he has co-translated a book on languages of Haryana titled Bharatiya Bhasha Lok Sarvekshan, Haryana Ki Bhashaएं, Volume 10, Part 1, published by Orient Black Swan. And his interests, you may say, areas are English language teaching, cognitive semantics, communication theories, oral literature, comparative literature, and as I told you, that he is among our key, you may say, posts of university on which our university's works are, you may say, standing, going in our this plenary session. It is really a great pleasure for me that you have accepted our request, and welcome, sir, please. Now I give mic to Dr. Raj Kumar.
I feel privileged to invite Professor Ravi Bhushan, COE of Bhagat Phul Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur Kala, Sonipat, to speak on orienting Indian education the Orientalist way. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Rajkumari ji. Thank you so much. Honorable Dr. Suman Dalal ji, who is the Dean Faculty of Education of BPS Mahila Vishwavidyalaya. respectable all members of our team who are organizing this wonderful international conference on a very, very thought-provoking issue, that is idea bankruptcy of educationists and academicians. And also learned participants who are participating in this conference, and particularly who have joined this plenary session. A very good afternoon to everybody. You must have heard, you have heard my biodata, and by my biodata, it indicates that I can be termed as an educationist in the sense of who has studied education, or I practice education, that's a different thing. So I differentiate between study of education and practice of education. As far as my biodata is concerned, a small correction is there. Department of Foreign Languages now is with Dr. Mathachan. He's very much there in the meeting. But I have been a part of Department of Foreign Languages, and I enjoyed being a part of the department. Having said it, since I was really, I was instigated rather and inspired by the title of the conference, which is Idea Bankruptcy of Educationists and Academicians. That's a very bold topic, I must say. And calling spade a spade, I think it needs a lot of guts and a lot of strength when you call spade a spade. And because I was instigated and inspired by the title, I thought to share my thoughts, my ideas, my views on the issue through this small talk, for which I'm privileged and honored to share my thoughts. And for that, I thank Dr. Suman Dalal in particular and her entire team. Friends, you must have read National Education Policy 2020. And there are two very important points as far as NEP 2020 is concerned. Those two important points, that's what I feel, they are to enhance critical thinking, holistic development, and multidisciplinarity. This is one of the key objectives of NEP. And the second key point is to establish teachers as the most essential and respectable members of society. I could my concern is with the first point, because the second point is highly debatable. Nobody can dispute the fact that teachers are or should be the most respectable members of society. There is no dispute about that. But how to do that? How much do we deserve? That's a point to be debated upon. But the first point, to enhance critical thinking, holistic development, and multidisciplinarity. Now, critical thinking, holistic development. Let's take these two words in the first place. Now, don't you think that this is not a new objective? Ever since the policy, I think these 2 points must have been there. Other than these two main objectives, what else could be the objective of education? Because critical thinking and holistic development, these are the cardinal principles of any system of education. So having them once again in NEP 2020, I think it's a reiteration, is a revisit of the objectives which must have been there from the beginning itself. The third word, which really, makes me to think and slightly to be critical, is multidisciplinarity. There is another word, interdisciplinarity. Now, I don't take multidisciplinarity as a synonym of interdisciplinarity. These are two different concepts. If somebody thought to have, there must be a clear objective behind it. And the objective could be to make people skillful, to make our students skillful. But as a person, as a teacher, as a learner, the word interdisciplinarity is more important for me than multidisciplinarity. Because interdisciplinarity is a more comprehensive, is a more coherent word as far as the idea is concerned. Multidisciplinarity is about tackling multiple subjects at one point of time, gaining skills maybe in different subjects at one point of time. But interdisciplinarity, in fact, makes you a critical thinker, and it enables one to go for holistic development. Because interdisciplinarity is nothing but interpolation of ideas. For example, I can have idea from the Mahabharata or from the Bhagavad Gita, and I can interpolate that idea in a subject of commerce, for example, or in a subject of education, or in some aspect of English literature. Now that would be interdisciplinarity. That's why personally I feel interdisciplinarity would enable a person to become a critical thinker, as well as would ensure holistic development, because these are not small objectives. Holistic development is not a small objective. It's a very large objective which requires so many other aspects of the whole notion. So that's one where I just wanted to say that these two objectives, I think, needs clear understanding as far as teachers are concerned, because in the classroom and which are going to enable our students to really understand what education is all about. That's one point. So multidisciplinarity and interdisciplinarity is the first area where I wish that people think and go for an alternate perspective on the entire thing. The second thing which I wish to say is that why should we think that there is a dearth of ideas or there is a bankruptcy of ideas? I don't deny that there is a dearth, because I think after S. Radhakrishnan, can we name somebody who has done remarkable work in the field of philosophy of education? Can we call somebody as a great educationist, maybe after S. Radhakrishnan, who could be considered as the most modern as far as the modern world is basically driven by three drivers. I call them drivers of change or drivers of contemporary world. One is digitalization. Second is commercialization. And the third one is changed values, or you can say the new value system or new value order. Digitalization, which you all understand, is a deep penetration of technology in almost every aspect of life, including creation and transfer of knowledge. That is digitalization. Second one is commercialization, which bothers me. Commercialization is that every enterprise, including knowledge creation and knowledge transference, is commercially oriented, handed over to the commercial ventures. Third one is changed values. Value is a dynamic term. It is not a static term. As the world changes, values do change. But there are certain basic cardinal values which do not change even after digitalization and commercialization. So these are the three drivers of modern world, where where education has to be defined vis-a-vis these three drivers. As far as education is concerned, I think including me and including everybody else who is there in the meeting, I think everybody can say something on education. In fact, everybody can preach something on education. But the point is, what are the aims of education? There can be many, but let me say 4. Let me reiterate these 4 aims because we are talking about dearth of ideas in education. So we need to remind ourselves about those 4 basic aims. One of the aims is discovering truth is one of the aims, maybe the first aim of education, discovering truth. Second is to better human condition or human conditions of life. That is the second aim of education. And third is to foster physical and intellectual capacity of people or learners. Discovering truth or conditions of life, and to foster physical and intellectual capacity of our learners at least. But above all, above these 3 aims, there is another aim which I call the cardinal aim of education, is व्यक्ति निर्माण. देखिए व्यक्ति निर्माण ही एक पहला और आखिरी एम है किसी भी एजुकेशनल सिस्टम का. ना व्यक्ति निर्माण का मतलब क्या है, क्या होना चाहिए व्यक्ति में? मैं कहता हूं एक व्यक्ति में भाव और विचार दोनों का समावेश अगर है, उसको हम व्यक्ति निर्माण कह सकते हैं. या एक विचारशील व्यक्ति का निर्माण करना, a person who thinks, or to enable our students to think. So Vyakti Nirman is the cardinal, is the primary aim of education for any country, for any society. So these 4 aims. Now the question is, have we achieved these 4 aims, or have we made an attempt to achieve these 4 aims, or to what extent the aims have been achieved? These are not quantifiable aims. These are qualitative aims, because at the end of the day, education is not a measurable entity. You cannot measure in terms of quantity as such. That's why it needs a lot of brainstorming and thought-provoking and a lot of, you can say, debate as far as analysis of these 4 aims is concerned. When we say that there is a dearth of ideas, have we offered or have we practiced some idea which caters to these 4 aims of, these broad aims of education? I think then we can say that, okay, there have been ideas or there have not been ideas. Because what I feel is study of education may not be practice of education. Study of education and practice of education are 2 different nuances of the entire process. I think there is a transfer of ideas. There is an interpolation of ideas if study of education is juxtaposed with practice of education. Now, in order to understand these 4 aims, I have a few binaries to offer. I think the audience will take note of these binaries to understand these broad aims. just to request Rajkumari, please indicate when I'm supposed to stop. Just tell me 2 minutes in advance.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Now, these binaries are, I call them binaries because things need to be understood through binaries. Life is all about binaries. You cannot understand importance of day if you do not know night, what night is. So, for example, these binaries are binary of process and product. Do you take education as a process or as a product? The modern education or the modern system of education takes education as a product. I'm a BTech qualified and I can be absorbed in some organization. That means product-oriented kind of thing. And in a product-oriented kind of thing, value takes a back seat. And I'm reminded of C.L. Lewis, who said, education in the absence of values is nothing but making a cleverer devil. Education in the absence of values is nothing but making a cleverer devil. Right? That's what Lewis said. So, process versus product. That is the first binary. Second is medium versus meaning. Do we understand education as a medium or as the meaning? For a thinking person, education cannot be a medium-driven process or a medium-driven entity. By medium, I mean that, okay, it is an instrument to upgrade your life. I've done my MA, so I can become a lecturer. It has only served you as a medium. But as a lecturer, or as somebody who has been employed, or as a person, what is my contribution to the organization beyond my straight subject of duty? Because as Radhakrishnan, he used to say, education is not, or education is beyond acquiring knowledge of academic and professional domain. It is beyond academic and professional domain. It's not only about acquiring knowledge of academic and professional domain. That's why I'm taking this binary of medium versus meaning. Let us establish meaning through education. By meaning, I mean giving something concrete to the society. That is the meaning. As I said, the first time, discovering truth. Third binary is information and knowledge. Information-driven system and a knowledge-driven system. I'm sorry to say, I'm also part of the same system. Maybe because of digitalization, a lot of deep penetration of technology, because basically it is a medium-driven system. Information has taken the lead position, and knowledge has taken maybe the second position, because there is a clear distinction between information and knowledge. So I think we all understand the difference between information and knowledge. A system of education has to promote knowledge creation and knowledge sustenance, not transference of information. Right? Another binary which I wish to use is tradition and modernity. Now, as I said, that the first driver of modern world is digitalization, which is a sign of modernity. Now, education cannot be only and only through modernity, because tradition plays its own role is concerned. As far as creation of knowledge is concerned, as far as creation of newer ideas is concerned, I think tradition in the form of our texts and cultures. That's why I named my title as Orienting Indian Education the Orientalist's Way. That simply means bringing back those texts and persons who have created knowledge and who have contributed to this realm of education. So that is tradition and modernity. Two more binaries. One is, I'm reminded of Noam Chomsky, who is a famous linguist. Noam Chomsky used to use two words, competence and performance. Chomsky used these terms in the context of linguistics, but I'm using them in the context of education. Competence is to know something, and performance is to execute that knowledge. So competence and performance. And last is virtuality and virtuosity. Because of digitalization, virtuality has taken the first step, whereas virtuosity has gone to the next level. It has to be vice versa, right? Because education in the absence of values is nothing but, as I said, making clever devils, right? I think I read a message. I'm supposed to conclude. Am I correct, Rajkumari? Hello? Rajkumari?
हाँ जी सर कंक्लूड कीजिए सर.
Okay, fine. I leave you with a model here. I call this Vikas model because ultimately we are there to promote our students. Vikas model is V stands for vocationally useful. I stands for intellectually challenging. C stands for culturally appropriate. A stands for aesthetically satisfying. And S stands for socially relevant. To conclude, Mahatma Gandhi used to say, education is the fusion of rootedness and openness. Let us juxtapose rootedness and openness so that there is a flow of newer ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you sir for sharing insight thought on critical thinking, holistic development, and in multidisciplinary approach. Interdisciplinary is more important than multidisciplinary. Interdisciplinary approach map student create thinker and holistic development. Thank you sir. Thank you so much. Dr. Suman Dalal ma'am for brief introduction of second plenary session speaker of Professor Renu Nandaji. Welcome ma'am.
Good afternoon, Professor Renu Nanda ma'am. Professor Renu Nanda is a professor in Jammu University, Jammu, and she is head of the Department of Education Department, Jammu University, Dean Faculty of Education, Jammu University. Her area of specialization is special education, curriculum studies, and teacher education. She, as you may say, as she has been education for more than 20 years. So she has, you may say, give direction in research to PhD scholars, MA, MAd, MPhil scholars. So the number is countless, and his publication again in international national journals, and his, you may say, representation to different conferences, seminars at national and international level. Again, these things are, you may say, a countless number. And but just I want to familiar with all of you that she has, as his publication and presentation is countless, she has, you may say, completed so many different research projects. Just to enlist a few of them, a special assistance from assistance program from UGC, then task for project cognitive deafness in Dhaka from ICMR, increasing resistance to environmental hazards in border conflict zones from National Environment Research Council European, and the standardization of assessment tools from Ambedkar University, Delhi, paper coordinator for inclusive education. It is from UGC. Then she has special assistance program again from UGC, and efficacy of creative problem solving, inquiry training, and brainstorming in the development of creative thinking of minority women of two backward hilly regions of Jammu and Kashmir state from ICCSSR. A study of impact of in-service teacher training under SSA on classroom transaction from MHRD, a study of pre-service secondary stage teacher from NC teacher education for emerging diverse education context, perspectiveness, practices and prospects from NCRT, study on school education boards in India. It is from NIPA, and prevalence of stress and trauma among victims of militancy, a case study of women and children below poverty line in Jammu and Kashmir, from Bharat Scouts and Guides, impact of media on education, UGC, University, UGC, and development of self-instructional modules for inculcating human values among Dogri-speaking children, and it is from NCRT. And besides from this, she has so many feathers in her cap, but due to shortage of time, it is not possible to enlist all her achievements. So now I hand over mic to Dr. Rajkumar.
It is matter of honor to invite Professor Nanda Ji, Renu Nanda Ji, HOD of Department of Education, University Jammu, to speak on teaching learning concerned in the new norms. Welcome, ma'am.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Suman and dear Rajkumari ji. In fact, I had requested Suman madam that there is no need to introduce. You can just say that I'm student of education. I hope I'm audible, madam.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yeah. And the second thing is how much time? How much is my time slot, madam?
25 minutes, ma'am.
Sorry?
25 minutes.
Okay, all right, all right. So at the outset, I would like to greet everyone with greetings from Jammu, the beautiful city of temples. I would like to thank the BPS Institute of Teacher Training and Research in Sonipat for organizing this international conference on idea bankruptcy of educationists and thinkers. And herein, I would like to share some of my perceptions and thoughts based on my experience, the first-hand experience on teaching and learning concerns in the new normal. And at the outset, I would like to say that when we look at the present times, given the situation that we all are in, I am reminded of a very famous quote by Mark Van Doren, and I quote, "The art of teaching is the art of assisting discovery," unquote. This is something which all of us experience, undergo every day in and out in our teaching profession at all the levels, wherever we are teaching. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the year 2020 knocks something in our heads. It was indeed a year of an unprecedented global jolt, which woke us up from a deep slumber of a typical lifestyles. And it's very, very difficult to believe that something like this, COVID-19, a pandemic, could happen to us, that too in the 21st century, but it has happened. Now that it has happened, so we call it the new normal. And in this, there is an alarming situation. What is it that we all can do differently? You, all of us, have already woken up from the slumber which I just mentioned. But then the big question is, how do we face the challenges? Despite the fact that all of us have tried our best to combat the time right from 2020 to 22, and certain areas the restrictions are still going on, but yet, what is it that we all can do together? Now, the main key questions that come to our minds are, is the teaching technology available? Let's be very honest and true to ourselves. At least I would admit that we in University of Jammu, in Jammu, the city of temples, were not prepared. We did not have the teaching technology available to the students at all the levels. And you all know that Jammu has a typical topographical locale of this place. Certain areas are totally inaccessible. So it was not possible for us to be catering to the needs of everyone who's enrolled, whether in the university or in the colleges affiliated with the University of Jammu. And I'm sure that is true of our great country, India. Then, what can be transactional strategies in the present times? We all together thought of various ways and means by which we could reach out to our students, to our faculty members, to our research scholars, and all those whom we were expected to reach. Efforts were numerous. Large majority of us were successful as well. But then, doing all this does not essentially mean that we savvy. We did become technologically savvy over a period of time. And then, because of this, even the students have become technological savvy. Therefore, the bigger question that we have, despite the fact that all of us have resorted to technology, is that can we deliver in the face of the current pandemic? Because the pandemic is not yet over. The magnitude must have lowered. Nonetheless, the challenges are there. Therefore, what is it that we need to do? How is it that we can proceed? And to what extent can we be successful when we look at the present challenges that we all face? A large majority of us have tried the blended mode, the hybrid mode, which has become very successful. And even today, we are trying to resort to that. Therefore, the next question that comes to our mind is, now, from here onwards, what to do? Why so we have to do that? And how do we go about it? Continue with the offline or a blend of the offline and an online, and maybe trying to be more creative and productive by taking the inputs from our students, be it at any level, so that we can come out with a different kind of a program, a package, which is more student-centric and also takes into account the difficulties and challenges being faced by the teachers and the faculty members across India. The teaching concerns that we've had is, and still are having, are the teaching resources. We all had limited resources available with us. There were connectivity issues, the connectivity problems, despite the fact that we, a large majority of the people across India, in fact, across globe, did have very good connectivity, yet connectivity does become an issue at several times. While talking to the students, sometimes the power goes off, there is no backup, or else there are connectivity issues at the end of the students as well. Then there is a problem or a concern with regards to coordination. Now, looking at this particular aspect, to what extent, what is it that we can do to be in a position to coordinate with our own faculty members so that we have something different, something fresh to offer to our students? Technology, on one hand, is a great help to us, but at the same time has become a hindrance several times. Then the most important is the willingness to accept the new normal. We all, believe me personally, took a lot of time to have my, I would say, grip over the new pandemic, over the pandemic. That means the new normal that we are all going through. It's largely because we come from a very structured kind of upbringing. The training that we prepare us for a situation like this. Yet, the system of education that we've all gone through was so strong that most of us have been able to deliver even in those tough times. The learning concerns on the parts of the students have been concerns related to the psychological aspects, the social aspects, the academic aspects, the learning environment, the support system, and of course the technology, which I said that despite being a great help, also became a big hindrance at both the ends. Therefore, what is it that we are expected to do in this kind of a situation? We know that teaching and learning in the COVID tide, the high COVID tide, was being handled by all of us by making use of different ways and means. But let's talk about the post COVID. Now, in the post COVID, we do have concerns with regard to the change of the conceptual terms. We need to reframe, restructure, reorganize, re-strategize our curriculum. Pedagogy has to undergo a change, which we've done, but we need to incorporate this in the times to come as well. Teachers have been very, very creative and innovative. While this creativity and innovation of the teachers, along with the blend of the students' creativity and innovation, has to move hand in hand, the community participation is something which has to be included. It has to be incorporated in our teaching learning scenarios. The evaluation model has to be reinvented. I'm sure, like us here, most of you from across India and even abroad are going through a situation wherein students are wanting to come offline, but they are not wanting to take the offline examination. They are exhibiting their online examination because to them it's very, very convenient. A thing wherein they can answer to their own, time, taking into consideration the shortfalls, the limitations that they come across. But there are ways, there are means, there are checks which need to be put in place so that the online examination of the students also becomes a foolproof examination by complementing. That's the pattern that we have practiced in our university. Even now, for semester 5 of the undergraduate level, we are going ahead with the blended mode of examination, which is likely to commence from the first week of April 2022, wherein those students who will opt for the online mode will have to come and appear, of course, online on a, this will be a viva followed by the written examination. And the students who opt for an offline examination, that's fine. There's no viva for them. But all this needs a feedback at every step. We need to ensure that the feedback comes from all the stakeholders, so that next time when we plan, we organize, we kind of frame our curriculums, our teaching learning scenarios, we take care of all these things, and that too in a very conscious way. A lot of us, came up with various ideas. There have been so many ways by which all of us could, access technology and online learning, whether it was email, messenger, WhatsApp, Instagram, Twitter, Zoom, Facebook, Workplace, and Cisco and whatnot, numerous platforms. Initially, to begin with, I would like to share with you that I also started with the mails, switched over. Believe me, ladies and gentlemen, a very interesting experiment wherein through the WhatsApp, a question was floated to the class, and this question they were expected to respond to within the time period that was allotted to for that particular class, for that particular course, if it is 55 minutes or 1 hour. After that, 2 students were expected to collect all the responses on rotation basis and then compile all the answers. So eventually what comes to the teacher is the compiled answers of the students, who we divided into two groups. And then the inputs of the teacher go with the compiled responses after having done additions and corrections, and the students have a final version of the lecture of that particular day. I think this was very interesting, so far as I'm concerned, because I was in a position to reach out to most of my students. I, by and large, intentionally avoided the video classes, the face to face, because the bandwidth usually is very low and it was not possible for students to be coming on board every time. Now, all these applications that I have mentioned, they require dedicated networks. But we all know that millions of students and teachers did not have dedicated networks, and the reasons for this have been innumerable. Still, we all resorted to delivering to the best of our capacities and capabilities. While there's something called as a ladder of success when we look at the teaching learning scenario, and in that, 5 steps which we try and implement, I think in everything, every project, every activity that we take on: plan, prepare, execute, evaluate, and action. And when we move on in a cyclical way, we try to improve the plan every time, so that there is better preparation. Then the execution has to be fruitful, meaningful, followed by a good evaluation. And then the action that we will take stock of the situation on the ground, and then again give us the feedback to plan once again in a better way. Now, preparing ourselves for the challenges thrown by the global pandemic, I think this ladder of success is something which can be adhered to, which can be resorted to by any one of us. There's a model which I say is a suggested model. Now, this suggested model, I'm sure we all came up with our own models, with our own thought processes, with the experiments, with the innovations, thought processes. All of us were very, very inventive, and we still continue to be doing that, wherein we can resort to the blended learning. With that, we have the integrated approach, the participatory approach, the constructivist approach, and the collaborative approach. Putting all this together, I say that this is called the learning approach of the new normal. Let us change. Let us take embrace to welcome this new change, because it is the teachers who have to take the action at the right time, and the students therein will follow. And then while taking inputs from the students, we can go on improving things as the time passes. Well, the teaching and the learning processes in the present times, like I was saying, that we need to focus on evaluation, need to ensure that there is something called as introspection. This will help us improve our teaching at our end, whether it is the blended, the exclusive online or the offline approach, so that we are in a position to improve the next time. Then spiritual education is very important in the present context, which will further strengthen our foundations and our relationship with the students. And then self-assessment. Well, I have been doing quite a lot of this, and believe me, this was not only something which was satisfying, but also at the same time giving me the happiness and the contentment that I'm trying my best to reach out to my students, like we all do. This is no exception what I'm sharing with you, but it's just a personal experience that I went through while conducting, these different programs with the students at various levels. At the same time, I'm reminded of a very interesting quote by Carl Rogers, and I quote him: the only person who is educated is the one who has learned how to learn and change, unquote. Now, we, by and large, have a fixed kind of a notion in our mind. It is very difficult to change the human nature. We found ourselves in great difficult situations wherein we were expected to change with the change. Large majority of us were able to change. But then there were few who would not find themselves to be comfortable in given situations. So what was there for them? That's why I'm saying that we need to ensure that when we are talking about the learning scenarios, we take everything on board with us and we become successful not only in our planning but also at the same time with the execution of the planning followed by the feedback. I'm sure we all come across situations wherein there are peculiar examples being forwarded by our students which give us the understanding and the insight that there's something which our students are going through and we need to understand that. Now, taking all that into consideration, what is it that we can do for our students? How is it that we can help our students is something that I think is very, very contextualized. And looking into this particular context, I think the answers come from within the questions themselves. That is why when I was trying to look into my own domain of what I wanted to share with you, the teaching and learning concerns. You see, these concerns are genuine concerns with any teacher in any situation, at any level. I'm not just referring to the higher education level. You all will be very, I'm sure some of you may be surprised that I generally hold classes for students, for children in the rural areas as well, which I do, which is a passion with me on the weekends. And there I have seen that these children with such interesting solutions to the problems which were in their own particular context, and they've been able to come up with solutions so that teaching becomes an enjoyable activity, a workable activity, a pleasurable activity, even in those tough situations. So therefore, what comes to my mind is that in the situations that we are in, we definitely try our best, but what is very important is that trying to understand the context that we are in. Like we say in economics, there is this theory of demand and supply. Whatever is the demand, whatever is the need of the hour, if we are in a position to tune our minds with that, we will be in a position to deliver better. We will be in a position to have a grip not only on the problem per se, but also the solution part. It will not be one solution to one problem, but multiple solutions to one problem. That's what we need to prepare the youth of today, the children of today, so that they can be the tomorrow. And herein, I would also like to share with you something which has been said by Albert Einstein, and it's very, very close to my heart. These things. And believe me, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not reading these quotes. I'm not mentioning these quotes just because they are quotes. No, these are very close to my approach in teaching and learning, which I adhere to very passionately in my own teaching learning scenario. So here I'm sharing the Albert Einstein's quote with all of you. Albert Einstein said, "I never teach my pupils. I only provide the conditions in which they can learn," unquote. So I think pandemic has taught all of us a lesson in a way. Of course, it was very difficult, very challenging time. Yet, each one of us have been successful in creating a condition, an environment which was very conducive for our students. We were in a position to answer to the psychological, emotional, social, culture, and needs of our subjects to the best of our capacity. And after that, it was then that the students felt comfortable and they were in a position to share their plight with the large majority of us. And we, sitting in our own places, were comfortable in the sense that we were trying to address to their requirements, to their challenges, wherever we were seated, wherever we were working. Therefore, the very quote of Albert Einstein becomes something which became, I would say, the order of the times during the pandemic and even in the post-pandemic. All of us have to be doing that. Because when we look at the situations that we are in, this, of course, was a trying time. But don't you all agree, my dear ladies and gentlemen, viewers and listeners, that we face these challenges in and out every time that we are in a given situation or in a given scenario? Every time a teacher tries to prepare, whether it is a school or the higher education level, in the context which he or she is in, and trying to contextualize the teaching of the teacher is an art which is hidden with every teacher. The I would say the style, the design, the pattern may be different. It has to be different because we are different. But ultimately, end of the day, large majority of us are in a position to ensure that we are in a position to realize the objectives for which we have been trained. We definitely can move mountains. And if there are chances and if there are ways by which we are asked to come up and then, kind of motivate, inspire, all of us can. Because we ourselves are motivated and inspired teachers. So one thing I would like to say well. In the time limit that was given to me, well, ladies and gentlemen, I've tried to convey some of my thoughts with a blend of the experiences that I had at the grassroots level with my students, be it the students in the university or my village children in the rural locations with whom I was interacting online. And I thought this will give some kind of an exposure, some kind of a feel of what I went through, and I'm sure we all went through the same. I am very, very thankful to the organizers, to all those people who have thought of such a wonderful. I was discussing with Professor Suman, I think just day before, as to why this particular theme, and she gave me a wonderful answer. So I congratulate you, madam, and your entire team, your institute and management, for having thought of such a vibrant and different theme in the present context. I'm thanking you for giving me this opportunity. I'm sure I have not crossed my time limit. Thank you. Namaskar. Have a great day ahead.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing valuable information and insight thought of teaching learning consult in new norms. See focus on technology, help for teacher and student, psychological and social aspects over consult by very simple word. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank you, Professor Ravi Bhushan, COE of BPSMV Kanpur Kala and Head of Learning Resource Center and Department of Foreign Languages Lab, BPSMV. Sir, focus on multidisciplinary approach and interdisciplinary approach is more important than multidisciplinary. I would like to thank you for Professor Renu Nanda, HOD of Department of Education of Jammu University. C focus on blended mode in practical aspects. Focus on teacher is very creative and innovative learning. Thank you all of our plenary session speaker. It was a great pleasure to listen you word for wisdom. I also thankful all participants to listen peacefully. I also thank you for organizing this plenary session. Now, first plenary session is over. We will again in panel discussion at 2 p.m. Thank you, sir. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, Professor Nanda. Thank you, Professor Ravi Bhushan. Thanks a lot to both of you. You have spared your precious time. Thank you. And dear participants, we will meet at 2 in our panel of discussion. Till then, have a delicious lunch.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Richard sir, मैं वो बंदा हमसे सही जुड़ा है
अभी तो घर की बड़ी बेटी है तो हमको
Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We are back for our panel discussion, and I think so our panelists have joined. Rishi Raj sir has joined. Rishi Raj sir, good afternoon. Namaskar.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Namaskar, ma'am.
Gil sir, namaskar. Good afternoon.
Namaskar, ma'am. Good afternoon. Namaskar, ma'am.
And I think so Huma Qureshi has joined or not yet, I'm not sure. I'll just ask. Huma Qureshi. I'll just write down. एक मिनट रुक जाओ, मैं confirm कर देता हूँ. We are just waiting for our third panelist. She is Huma Qureshi from Pakistan. Just she is joining. ऐसा है सुन शुरू करो हम ऑपरेशन ज्वाइन कर लेंगे.
Good afternoon to all. It gives me immense pleasure to extend it to a very warm welcome to everyone on behalf of BPSITTR in panel discussion. I welcome renowned personalities who are meticulous in their field. It is a matter of honor to welcome Dr. Rishi Raj from Navrachna University, Vadodara, Dr. Arvind Gill, Maharaja Surajmal Institute of Janakpuri, New Delhi, Dr. Uman Qureshi from Institute of Biological Science, Gomal University, Dera, Ismaila Khan, Pakistan. Now, I would invite Dr. Sumandalal Ma'am, Dean Faculty of Education and Chairperson of BPSITTR, from brief introduction of our panelists. Welcome, ma'am.
A very good afternoon to all our participants. Dr. Rishi Raj Balvaria, Dr. Arvind Gill, Dr. Huma Qureshi, welcome all of you in our this panel discussion. Dear participants, we have three panelists with us. The first panelist will lay emphasis on the conceptualization of bankruptcy in education, where the second one will be, share his views on the, student equity and inclusion after, impact of COVID-19, what was the results, and the third one that Huma Qureshi, she will discuss role of information and communication technology in education, means that after then so our social normal life is disturbed so much, just collapse, and our education system was once it was completely collapsed almost all around the world. So what should be the measures which we will take in future, or which might we have to taken in our past? So we will discuss all these aspects and how we can overcome such things in over such situations. So all these things we will discuss in this panel discussion. So our first panelist is Dr. Rishi Raj. He is faculty at School of Liberal Studies and Education, Navrashta University, Vadodara. PhD from Maharaja Siyaji Rao University of Baroda, and his title was the study of job satisfaction of teacher educators in secondary teacher education institutes in Gujarat. He has served as, external examiner of so many different universities, and his experience include teacher education, educational neuroscience, a very new subject in our education field of education, educational technology, self-development, teaching of social studies, pedagogy, and teaching of Hindi pedagogy. So this one is a new subject in our field of teacher education, educational neuroscience. And sir has a mastery over this subject. So really it is a good thing for all of us. So he was also, served as major roles in the examination or evaluation system of Mumbai University or Ahmedabad University and different other universities also. And he has more than 16 years of experience in academics, research, and administrative field. He has been the counselor of he has participated and presented papers at various national and international conferences, workshops, seminars, and he has 2 books to his credit, and he has conducted so many different workshops on effective teaching, communication skills, NCF 2005, and constructivism. And he has authored more than 20 thematic and research papers in the field of education. Not taking so much time, I just invite Dr. Rishi Raj Balbadia to share his views on the theme conceptualization of bankruptcy in education. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, madam, for this very brief introduction on this concept. Congratulations to the Professor Suman Dalal and the Professor S.T. Malhotra, member of GERA, and the organizing committee for organizing international conference on the topic bankruptcy of education. I will be presenting my personal views to provide holistic understanding and hope I would help all of us to understand the breadth and depth of the present international conference topic, that is bankruptcy and educationists and thinkers. Now, a few outlines I would like to give about this topic. The topic for this I have selected is conceptualization of bankruptcy in education, and few pointers I have highlighted. One, education. When we say bankruptcy in education, what exactly? an individual ability to settle educational issues. If we are not able to settle those issues, as we are not prepared and aware in any difficult situation, and if you are not able to know the actual cause of the problem, then it arises. Second, loss of confidence in the present situation. As this pandemic, we come to know that yes, we are lacking in digital skills, we are lacking in so many areas. And when we lost confidence in the present system, then this bankruptcy in education comes. Then the loss of faith in the education system. We know how we struggle to learn digital things. We know how we can deliver content to the students. Along with that, when we are not prepared for the unseen problems, then we have this bankruptcy in education. Then we, again, one more point, that is when we are not very clear about the future. So when we have this blurred vision of the future, then I can say that, yes, we are talking about bankruptcy in education. Along with that, in this 21st century, we need to use 21st century skill to deal with the 21st century problems. Still in education, we know that we are using old tools, upholding irrational beliefs, and sometimes we all are proud of it, and therefore we need to look it into seriously what exactly we need. And try to understand different committees and commissions, from Kothari Commission 1964-66, National Policy on Education 1986, National Curriculum Framework 2005, National Council of Educational Research and Training 1998, National Curriculum Framework for Teacher Education. They're all highlighting on something, but we are not able to identify. If I talk about National Curriculum Framework Teacher Education 2009, it aims that highlight on the cover page of this document is towards preparing professional and women teachers. And we know what is the condition. All the commissions talking about one or other thing, but they are basically emphasizing on to create employment, creating awareness about vocational education, telling that yes, we should provide real life education. But till now, lot of emphasis on these areas are given in and this national education policy. Along with that, if you are able to highlight something, and if you want to say something in the layman to others, what is the recommendation, what is there in these commissions and report, they recommend it, like integration of vocational education, joyful learning, burden-free education, education beyond textbook, but we know what is the condition now. I would like to say all the policies and commissions report were very good at the aspirational level, but failed at implementation and monitoring level. This is where we should focus more on. Another thing, there is a lacuna in the present education system. For example, right now we have, but the problem here is we are following traditional method, and that is prevailing in the teaching. So we should avoid. Another thing that we all know is teacher dominance in the teaching learning process is so much we cannot reduce. Ineffective evaluation system, lack of practical based learning, inequality in the evaluation structure, no standardized format and implementation strategies for assessment purpose. So these are few things. If we really want to upcome, if we really want to have good education system, we to come out. We always talk about that, yes, or we all are aware about constructivist or constructivism approach and so many things. But when it's come to classroom implication, I feel we are not able to implement it very well. Same thing happened with the examination reforms. We talk about so much that yes, seminar system, workshops are compulsory or to be introduced, but in few colleges and few schools we are able to see that. So there is a lacuna in the present education system. Along with that, this present education system is not our education system. This is not a is given by Macaulay in 1835. This is what we all are aware of. In independent India, various commissions focus on something very special. That is what they are recommending, what they are identifying. They identify and say that wisdom and knowledge is important. Focusing the aim or focusing majorly on aims of the social order, focusing on love for higher value of life and training of leadership. This is what they're emphasizing on. To change, we need the whole education ecosystem to have realistic and futuristic education. This is what we all should look for. Another thing that is very important is lack of critical thinking awareness. Though it is very well highlighted by various commissions and reports, that integration of critical thinking is very important at various stages of school education. This why part is taken care by critical thinking, the purpose of education, the rationale behind it, but we are not able to implement this critical thinking from the problem to thinking and to the solution. Then only we can have clarity about the problem. Why we are focusing so much on critical thinking nowadays? Recent National Education Policy 2020 is emphasizing on. Different researcher emphasizes that it builds decision-making and judgment capacities. So it is very important to inculcate this critical thinking. Then the lack of knowledge of neuroscience in education. This is a very new area in education. Earlier, we have this knowledge of in a very better way, we now try to understand brain. So we are trying to implement neuroscience in education, or the implication of neuroscience. By understanding psychology, we can implement the implication of those things in education. Now what is happening? The knowledge of the human brain generating by amazing technology upon a neuron-based education that we all know. Another thing, why we are trying to understand? We're trying to understand this education to bridge the gap. There is a big gap when we say that we are learning, but what exactly we are learning? Can we trace the same thing in our brain? Yes. Neuroscientists now trying to confirm that something that is happening in the classroom is really we can highlight and understand whether the education processes or the practical thing that we are conducting or the way we are teaching, is there any impact on the brain? If we are able to trace that, then we have empirical evidence that yes, neuroscience can help the education. Again, we know that educational researchers nowadays are using neuroscience to understand the behavioral data. Why we are trying to understand? So that we can use this particular data to provide intervention for learning difficulties like dyslexia. Many studies on neuroscience again highlighted or insight into how anxiety, attention, relationship, and sleep impact educational outcome. And what is happening that nowadays, and therefore there is a lack of knowledge on neuroscience in education. We need to explore this area so that we can provide the exact solution to the educational problems. Then misunderstanding of learners' autonomy. Now, are students identifying and managing their educational and personal goals? We don't know. We are saying that learners' autonomy is good. We should provide learners' autonomy. But are these learners able to identify the processes of how to learn? Do students know how to cope with feelings like fear? I think answer is no. Similarly, when we are talking about autonomous learners, as a teacher, we are focusing on to self-assess. Our students are able to assess themselves. We don't know. Identify the strengths and weaknesses. And if we are able to know all those things, if students are able to know all those things, then only in real terms we can say that yes, we are providing learners autonomy. But as teachers, we are talking about it. but in reality, these things are not developed in students. Another is teacher autonomy. Why it's illusion? We train teachers, and when they join schools, from the management side, from school management, or from seniors, they get a lot of stress that they forget what they have learned in the B.Ed program. And it's my personal view, within 2 to 3 years, they just start following what is told by the school management or by their seniors. And therefore, I feel it is an illusion. Now, what exactly means when we say teachers autonomy? Capacity and freedom to take control of their own teaching and learning processes. But is this really happening? Are we providing enough autonomy to the teachers? If you talk about school management, the perception is different. Sometimes they feel it is not required. And therefore, it is very important. The teachers must have this autonomy. Now, there are various issues from teachers' side. Lack of professional development training. This may be the reason. Because on regular basis, we are not development. We are not taking orientation for those courses or programs that are upcoming. Also, we have low job satisfaction level. We are not satisfied with the things that we are doing. Along with that, the working conditions of teachers are not so good. Teacher attitude toward teaching learning processes is very casual. They're not very serious about it. And therefore, this teacher's autonomy, I feel, is like an illusion. So if you really want to improve something, the teacher autonomy is very important, but we should know how to impart this teacher autonomy. So we should emphasize more on professional development training. We should improve, and the attitude that they have towards the teaching learning process should be improved. If you are able to do this, and if the perception of school management change, ultimately this will lead to teachers' autonomy. And when we have this teacher autonomy, then we can see there is a big improvement in the teaching learning processes at various levels. Now, what to do? What to do now? I would say there is no ready-made solution to it. Believe me. At your own level, at your place, you have to identify good strategies, workable strategies, and you have to implement. And we need to work on those lines which will create and promote inclusiveness in the society. This is what is required nowadays. Involve in continuous professional development activities, workshops and other things. We need to have robust implementation of the NP or National Education Policy 2020. Along with that, there are new areas that are upcoming. I always told my students that yes, be prepared nowadays. You will not be having the similar kind of content or curriculum. And therefore, the emphasis should be robotics, STEM education, descriptive education, Internet of Things, virtual reality, and research in education. These are the upcoming areas. And as a teacher educator, we should take up research on these areas if we are able to take and promote these areas. Definitely, we will see a good change in the society. Along with that, be a role model. You can ask anybody, who is your role model? You will never find the name of the teachers. This is what it is. So as a teacher, be passionate. Do something that you and be an innovator. Do something new every day. Tell students to do something and help them to do something new. With this, I hope I have induced enough food for thought for the present international conference titled on Bankruptcy of Educationists and Thinkers. Thank you and have a good day ahead. At last, I would like to thank Professor Sumandala. Thanks to Professor Gera, Professor S.P. Malhotra from Gera, and all the eminent people and my dear colleagues for listening to me patiently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You have enlightened us with your views. You have explained that eligibility to settle in the pandemic is a major issue, and we struggle to learn digital things and deliver content to students. This was a major challenge during the pandemics, and we have to lack of development of critical thinking, which we should have to pay much more emphasis on it. Despite of the emphasis was given by different commissions, but in practically are we educationists or in our curriculum, this particular area is lacking behind, and we should you have also emphasized that we should pay attention towards the neuroscience, implementation of neuroscience, understanding of neuroscience in our field of education, and we should provide our learners their autonomy. But first of all, they understand that what is the real meaning of autonomy and how they use this learner autonomy for the sake of benefit to teaching learning process. And we should, according to you, that we should focus on our research in the latest or new fields which are emerging after the inclusion of technology in our teaching learning process. Thanks a lot, sir, for your valuable and precious views and sparing your time. Sir, please stay in touch with us. After our some other panelists' views, there might be any question or query from our audience or from us, or there will be a discussion. So please stay with us. Our next panelist is Dr. Arvind Kumar Gill. Is from Institute of Maharaja Surajbal Institute of Education, Janakpuri, New Delhi. He has around about 20 years of experience in the field of teacher education, and he has done his education mainly from Maharishi Dayanand University, Rohtak, and his topic of research was a study of creativity of Navodaya Vidyalaya students in relation to ego strength and locus of control.
ये लॉग आउट हो गया मैम, आप एक बार पासवर्ड बताओ.
Has vast experience of research also, and
पासवर्ड चेंज कराया हम किसी ने.
he was also a counselor of IGNOU, and he has published around about 50 different papers in national and international journals, in peer-reviewed and impact factor journals. So this is he has also published a book. He has attended FDP's workshops, orientation courses, refresher courses, and he has attended again the number is around 60 for attending his national and international conferences workshop, and he invited as resource person or panelist in different international conferences, and he is also he has guided 18 students at PhD level, MPhil level, admin level, including all number is 18, and he is the president of All India Teacher Education Association, member Teachers Club Bharat, member Handicap, member All India Association of Teacher Education, founder editor AITEA International Journal of Education and Humanities, and he has listed so many other feathers, but due to shortage of time, not possible to enlist all his feathers. Today's his topic for panel discussion is the impact of COVID-19 on student equity and inclusion. Dr. Arvind, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Suman, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Rishi, sir. Your information is a very valuable information for us. Today, my topic is pandemic, effect of pandemic, equity of pandemic, and inclusion. These are what are the effects of pandemic in our education system. So we are. Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
ओके डन पैनल डिस्कशन में मेनली रहता है कि हम दोनों तरफ से डिस्कशन करें, लेकिन ऋषि राज सर ने किया है तो मैं भी इसी तरह से लेक्चर फॉर्म में पैनल डिस्कशन में आता हूं। और कोविड का जो इफेक्ट रहा है वो मेंटली, फिजिकली और एजुकेशनली और इकोनॉमिकली पैंडेमिक का इफेक्ट रहा है जो एजुकेशन पे, वो बहुत ही रहा है। इसका इफेक्ट अब हम देख रहे हैं कि फिजिकली पे हम बात करें कि तकरीबन 80% स्कूल, 90% स्कूल क्लोज रहे हैं पेंडेमिक में, और 8 to 5 बिलियन स्टूडेंट्स इससे प्रभावित रहे हैं। और अभी मैं एक डॉक्टर से बात कर रहा था तो आफ्टर पेंडेमिक जो आईज प्रॉब्लम है और इरिटेशन की प्रॉब्लम है बहुत ज्यादा है स्टूडेंट्स में। आप भी अगर, और दूसरा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बात करेगी, इंडियन एजुकेशन सिस्टम पेंडेमिक से पहले ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन के लिए, टेक्निकल एजुकेशन के लिए इतना प्रीफॉर्म नहीं था। हम ऐसा रहा कि रिकॉर्ड लेक्चर हमें टीचर्स को सेंड करने पड़े व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप्स पे। देन आफ्टर, क्योंकि ये पेंडेमिक बड़ा लंबा चला तो इसके लिए गूगल क्लासरूम आया, टीम्स आया। जो अच्छे रिनाउंड इंस्टीट्यूट्स थे, हायर एजुकेशन के इंस्टीट्यूट थे, उन पे इम्पैक्ट कम रहा, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स पे इनका इम्पैक्ट बहुत ज्यादा रहा। और पेंडेमिक के कारण 12th के भी एग्जाम नहीं हो पाए। एंट्रेंस में आप देखते हैं कि जेई का हो या निट का हो, उनकी रैंकिंग के लिए आप देख सकते हैं। तो जितना भी इसका एक्सपीरियंस रहा कि डिस्टेंस एजुकेशन ही भी अच्छा है ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन से इन इंडियन सिनेरियो, क्योंकि टेक्निकल ग्लिच बहुत ज्यादा है। इंडियन स्कूल्स में तो फूड, please I use bilingual, sir. Okay, there is so many effects in schools or Indian schools. तो हम यहाँ, hello, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. तो इंडियन स्कूल्स, इंडियन एजुकेशन सिस्टम में जो इम्पैक्ट रहा वो फिजिकली, मेंटली, और इवन इंडियन एजुकेशन सिस्टम में जाएंगे तो इकोनॉमिकली वीकर सेक्शन था, सबसे ज्यादा इम्पैक्ट उन्हीं लोगों पे रहा जिनके घर में जो तो ये सारी चीजें जितनी भी रही पेंडेमिक में, इस चीज पे हम emphasis on the mainly on the education. There is so many problem faces by the students regarding this. Even after the pandemic, they join the schools. Then we analyze the students ki how they get in the COVID time. So we found that they intellectual improvement in the sections. So we found so many problems. If we divide the problems into physically, mentally, economically, educationally, these are the major problems we found in the pandemic hours. In rural area, mostly in Indian rural area, there is no education, online education system. इंडियन रूरल एरिया था, उसमें कोई एजुकेशन, कोई टेक्निकल चीजें, कोई इकोनॉमिक, आप we found that the so many villages are there no electricity. How we think that there is a Wi-Fi connection? This period is major effect of the education in school education or primary education. So many times we think that the students only join the classes. There is no response. We if period is a 30 minutes, then we first sorry period is a 1 hour. Then for first 30 minutes, am I audible? Am I audible? Am I audible? Next 30 minutes, students say, sir, you are not audible. Sir, you are not audible. There is so many experiences like this. तो हम देखते हैं कि पेंडेमिक में जो एजुकेशन सिस्टम रहा उस पर बहुत ही ज्यादा बुरा इम्पैक्ट रहा और इंडियन एजुकेशन सिस्टम इस पेंडेमिक में ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन के लिए इतना प्रिपेयर नहीं था फर्स्ट 4 या 6 मंथ या हम बोले कि फर्स्ट फेज में सबसे ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम रही देन हमने कंटिन्यू कुछ किया जो प्राइवेट स्कूल्स थे तो उनमें फिर भी फैसिलिटी थी लेकिन प्राइमरी इम्पैक्ट रहा कि उन बच्चों को एजुकेशन नहीं मिल पाई इसीलिए अभी जो चीजें और आप रिजल्ट पे फोकस करेंगे तो रिजल्ट 98% 88% रिजल्ट बहुत अच्छा रहा लेकिन अभी यूजीसी ने भी ये चांस लिया है कि वो एंट्रेंस बेस पे सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी में सभी एडमिशन हेलो 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 एम आई ऑडिबल सुमन मैम या ओके 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 तो ये सभी इम्पैक्ट कोविड में रहे वी काउंट मेजर इम्पैक्ट ऑफ ऑन एजुकेशन वी स्टार्टेड इन प्राइमरी एजुकेशन 85-90% students in primary section not get their education in proper manner they face very hidden challenges in physically challenges अब तकरीबन 80-90% स्टूडेंट्स को चश्मा लग चुका है किसी को गर्दन में पेन है किसी को और जो इंक्लूसिव क्लासरूम की बात से ज्यादा ही प्रॉब्लम उन लोगों को रही हियरली एम्पिरिकल थे जो विजुअल था उनको जितनी जो टच से सीख पाते थे जो इमोशंस की बात थी इमोशनली क्लासरूम में हम जब भी स्टूडेंट के सामने रहते हैं तो इमोशनली टच रहते हैं इमोशन का टच रहता है उधर से स्टूडेंट्स भी पेरेंट्स ऑन कर देते थे ज्वाइन कर देते थे कि नहीं रहे मैंने एक बार ऐसा भी महसूस किया कि स्टूडेंट्स को प्राइमरी सेक्शन के स्टूडेंट्स को विद ड्रेस सामने टीचर बैठाते थे कभी माइक ऑन रह जाता था बहुत प्रॉब्लम इवन स्टूडेंट एस्पेक्ट को छोड़ भी दे तो हमारे टीचर्स को भी आप सोशल मीडिया पे बहुत बार आप न्यूज देखते रहे होंगे कि प्रॉब्लम फेस किए उन्होंने कॉप अप किया गूगल मीट से किया टीम से किया व्हाट्सएप से किया फिर भी बहुत से ऐसे रूरल एरिया थे जहाँ पे स्मार्टफोन नहीं थे टैब नहीं थे कंप्यूटर सिस्टम नहीं थे तो एजुकेशन का इम्पैक्ट बहुत कोविड का इम्पैक्ट एजुकेशन पे बहुत ही ज्यादा रहा है और इसका रिजल्ट हम आने वाले 1 या 2 साल में देखेंगे कि क्या रहा है इन चीजों को देखते हुए अगर आप में से कोई क्वेश्चन है तो सुमन मैम टाइमिंग कितना रहेगा और भी कंटिन्यू करूं या टाइमिंग इट्स ओवर हेलो
सर टाइम 20
हेलो नॉट ऑडिबल मैम यस मैम प्लीज
20 मिनट्स सर
ओके अभी टाइम रहता है ना सर मैम अभी तो रहता है या तो अगर हम इसको इस कोविड टाइम को देखें तो कुछ इमोशनली भी बहुत वीक रहे जो भी प्रॉब्लम्स रही जो भी डिफिकल्टीज रही जो भी पेरेंट्स से रिलेटेड रही फैमिली से रिलेटेड रही तो एजुकेशन जो 2 ईयर एजुकेशन सिस्टम रहा कोविड पेंडेमिक के टाइम तो ऑल ओवर हम अब देख सकते हैं कि बहुत ही प्रॉब्लम स्टूडेंट्स स्कूल्स में भी और जो स्कूल्स टीचर्स हैं उनको भी बड़ी प्रॉब्लम हुई क्योंकि जो सेटअप रहता है टेक्निकल सेटअप इंडियन एजुकेशन सिस्टम में नहीं था लेकिन हाँ इससे एक अच्छी बात जरूर रही कि मोस्टली जो मेट्रोपॉलिटन सिटीज हैं फैमिलीज हैं जो टैब और जो इकोनॉमिकली साउंड है अब एजुकेशन सिस्टम मूव्स ने भी शुरू किया है
और हम भी रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं कि हर स्कूल से, हर इंस्टीट्यूट से कि इस कंटिन्यू रखिए वन एस्पेक्ट में, 1 या 2 पीरियड जरूर ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन का साथ रखिए। मूक्स कुछ कोर्स भी इससे रिलेटेड कराता है, तो जैसे अब भी हमने भी अपना कॉलेज में जो टाइम टेबल प्रिपेयर किया है ऑफलाइन में, तो 1 क्लासेस पर वीक पर टीचर, हम भी ऑनलाइन अब भी ऑनलाइन फैसिलिटीज के साथ कंटिन्यू किए हुए हैं, क्योंकि कभी भी पेंडेमिक दोबारा हो सकता है, कोई भी प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है। और कुछ चीजें और भी अच्छी रही, क्योंकि जैसे कोचिंग सिस्टम रहता था या बड़ी क्लासेस रहती थी, बच्चे आप देखेंगे दिल्ली की तरफ आते रहते थे, जो जो प्रिपरेशन करते थे नेट से, नीट की या जेई की या अदर प्रिपरेशन, उनको जरूर बेनिफिट रहा है, क्योंकि जो भी इंस्टीट्यूट्स थे, जो स्टूडेंट्स थे, दे आर वेरी टेक्निकली साउंड, इकोनॉमिकली साउंड। तो आप अब ऑल ओवर इंडिया कहीं भी बैठ के किसी भी अच्छे टीचर से आप टच में रह सकते हैं, बात कर सकते हैं, और उनकी एजुकेशन जो सिस्टम है, जो जो उनका टीचिंग स्टाइल है, जो जो उनकी कोचिंग है, उसको अवेल किया जा सकता है। कुछ इसकी अच्छाइयाँ भी रही, कुछ कुछ इनके बेनिफिट्स भी रहे स्टूडेंट्स को, लेकिन ऑल ओवर हम अगर बोलें तो पेंडेमिक में एजुकेशन सिस्टम में बहुत ही ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम्स रही हैं। प्रॉब्लम फेस में फैमिली टीचर्स ने भी की हैं, और वो फिजिकली हैं, मेंटली भी बहुत से चैलेंजेस, डिप्रेशन से रिलेटेड बहुत सी प्रॉब्लम रही, क्योंकि घर एक ऐसा इन्वायरमेंट क्रिएट हुआ था कंट्री में कि उसको फील करना ही, जो सेकंड वेव थी या फर्स्ट वेव थी, कभी हम इन चीजों के लिए प्रिपेयर ही नहीं थे। तो फिर भी मैं तो फेवर करूंगा कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा हमें ऑफलाइन एजुकेशन पे ही फोकस करें, लेकिन एक रिक्वेस्ट रहेगा, आप सभी टीचर्स बैठे हैं यहाँ पे, कि ऑनलाइन सिस्टम को भी पार्शली जरूर आप कैरी फॉरवर्ड करते रहें, क्योंकि पेंडेमिक या कोई चीजें जरूर हो सकती हैं, और अपने स्टूडेंट्स को टेक्निकली साउंड करें। मैंने बहुत सारा देखा है कि हमने जीमेल अकाउंट में करके उस पे किया, असाइनमेंट सबमिट किए, गूगल
3-4 बार कर चुका मैं
गूगल क्लासरूम पे भी बहुत
ये
अच्छा
वाला, तो 3-4 बार कर
रहा।
चुका मैं।
तो देयर आर सो मेनी एप्स, सो मेनी टेक्निकल थिंग्स जो इंट्रोड्यूस हुई इस पेंडेमिक टाइम में, तो रिक्वेस्ट रहेगा कि उसको कंटिन्यू रखिए पार्शियली, ऑफलाइन के साथ साथ भी पार्शली 1 पीरियड या 2 पीरियड या जो भी आपका टाइम टेबल का सिस्टम रहे उसको रखें। और जो प्राइमरी सेक्शन में जो पीपल टीचर यहाँ पे हैं, अगर आप अभी ज्वाइन करते हैं तो उन स्टूडेंट से बड़ी हम्बली डील कीजिए जो इस क्लास में चले गए, जिन्होंने जो क्लास में भी गए नहीं गए, अगर हम एक्सप्लेन कराएं कि डिफाइन द स्कूल, तो पॉसिबल नहीं हो पा रहा है कि वो स्कूल को डिफाइन कर पाए या जा पाए। एक सोशल ग्रूमिंग भी होती है, और जब टोटल क्लास रहती है तो उसकी एक सोशल ग्रूमिंग भी रहती है, आप इंटरेक्ट करते हैं पेरेंट्स से, टीचर से, पीयर ग्रुप से, वो सब नहीं रहा। आप जितनी 6 आवर्स, सो मेनी स्कूल्स, एक बार इसकी प्रॉब्लम्स भी रही कि Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Okay, okay. इसमें इसमें बड़ी प्रॉब्लम्स भी रही, जो कि इमोशनली डेवलपमेंट रहती है, पीयर ग्रुप के साथ डेवलपमेंट रहती है, रही पेंडेमिक में जो नहीं हो पाया। स्टार्टिंग में जो बाद में चेंजेस भी हुए, स्कूल ने नोटिफिकेशन भी सर्कुलेट किए कि स्टार्टिंग में हमने टाइम टेबल शुरू कर दिया 6 आवर्स, 6 आवर्स तो टीवी भी नहीं देख पाते हैं बच्चे, तो देन फिर 4 आवर्स, प्राइमरी सेक्शन के लिए 2 आवर्स, हायर एजुकेशन के लिए डिस्कशन सिस्टम, पैनल डिस्कशंस, असाइनमेंट सिस्टम। तो धीरे धीरे फिर भी मैं टीचर्स को भी, पेरेंट्स को भी, स्टूडेंट्स को भी जरूर अप्रिशिएट करूंगा, उनको भी कहूंगा, बोलना चाहूंगा कि आपने बहुत एफर्ट्स किए इस पेंडेमिक में, और हम नहीं तो फर्स्ट वेव में हमें लगता था कि स्टूडेंट्स का बहुत लॉस हो जाएगा, और भी हम टेक्निकली साउंड जरूर रहे इन चीज़ों में, जो हमने यूज़ की उन चीज़ों के लिए हम टेक्निकली साउंड हुए। मोस्टली जितने भी पार्टिसिपेंट यहाँ ज्वाइन किए हुए हैं, टेक्निकली आप कोविड टाइम में जरूर साउंड रहे होंगे। जैसे बहुत सी चीज़ें टेक्निकली आपने असाइनमेंट क्रिएट करना, टीम्स को यूज करना, गूगल को यूज करना, तो आप मान के चलिए कि टेक्नोलॉजी अब एजुकेशन सिस्टम ऑफलाइन रहे उसके साथ रहेगी, और जितना ही हम टेक से भी रहेंगे उतना ही ज़्यादा यूजफुल रहेगा। तो मैं यही कहूँगा कि हाँ कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स रही, लेकिन तो बच्चों ने उस टाइम प्रॉब्लम फेस की, और ऑफलाइन में वो आपको बोलने के लिए हेजिटेट फील करते हैं, तो आप उनसे बात कीजिए, उनकी प्रॉब्लम्स को सोल्व कीजिए और कोऑपरेट कीजिए आपस में। पेरेंट्स भी बहुत प्रॉब्लम में रहे कि आप घर में क्लासेज हैं, बहुत से लोगों का इतना सिस्टम नहीं था कि अलग अलग अब किसी के घर में 3 स्टूडेंट हैं और तीनों ही एजुकेशन स्कूल में हैं, 3 फोन प्रोवाइड करना बड़ा मुश्किल रहता है, बड़ी प्रॉब्लम्स रहती हैं। तो ये सारी प्रॉब्लम्स रही टोटलिटी में। मैं ये को भी हमने फेस किया। उन सभी चीज़ों को अवॉइड करते हुए हम फिर दोबारा एजुकेशन सिस्टम पे हमें फोकस करना चाहिए, और ऑफलाइन के साथ साथ ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन सिस्टम के जो का भी पार्ट आपके टाइम टेबल में जरूर रखिए। थैंक यू मैम, इट्स ओवर माय साइड। एनी क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम स्टूडेंट साइड, पैनलिस्ट साइड, एनी क्वेश्चन? हेलो हेलो।
Yes, sir. Sir, just interrupting you. You have well spoken over the topic that post-pandemic, impact of COVID-19 on student equity and inclusion. And you have shared your opinion on the use of how much our post-pandemic teaching learning process was effective. But I want to just draw, or just I have something in my mind, just want to clear from both of you, Professor Dr. Gill and Dr. Rishi Raj, that what are the possible causes by which, just as some of you have highlighted, but just I want to make it clear that what were the issues that even after 2 years of post-pandemic time, we I am especially concerning with India, but as a humans, as a humanity, we are not able to cope up if some misses again if we face any pandemic. So I think so we are not capable to face. We are not able to go through to that pandemic by continuing our teaching learning process. So what are the possible causes? Because if we don't find out the causes, it's not possible that we can remove or we can make effective our teaching learning process. So first of all, Dr. Balvaria, please, you throw light on it.
Totally agree with you, ma'am. If same situation arrive again, we are again in the dilemma. We don't know what kind of pedagogies, what kind of technology will help us. So for every situation, I think first we need to understand what is required. I think we are not very well aware about what is required by the students, what is required at the teacher level. So 2 areas I'm emphasizing. One is at student level, one is at teachers level.
Right.
As teachers, can we say that what we are providing is futuristic in nature? What pedagogies we are implementing in the classroom, in the present context, are they updated? The answer is no. Every period we have different pedagogies. Why not, as a teacher, educator, we prepare a list of all the pedagogies, do some research and identify those pedagogies which are very appropriate in the present context. This is point number one. So we need to identify the pedagogies part. Second thing we need to identify in the same context is, if the situation arises like we have faced in pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, in that situation, which technology is most appropriate? We don't know. We just try to learn either Zoom, Google Meet, Team, or any other platform where we can just impart the content. Now the problem is the willingness. If students are not willing to understand, if students are not ready to understand, that means either there is something wrong from the teacher side or the way the content should be imparted is not very clear. So we should prepare in such a something to the learner, it is accepted by them. And therefore, we need to think critically. So the purpose should be clear. So the first line is, as teacher educator, whenever we are teaching anything to the students, we must tell them why this particular course, why this particular topic is important. What is the future implication of this particular topic or this particular area? And once students are convinced, you can deliver it in most effective manner. Another thing from the students' point of view, nowadays in the pandemic, we come to know the textbook knowledge that we are trying to impart in the students is useless or is of very less use. We need to highlight or identify those areas which are upcoming, employment skills in students, which will develop confidence in students, which will develop 21st century skills. So these are few areas need to be identified and practiced by the students. If we are able to do these three things, I think we are prepared for the next, if something is come, we are prepared for the situation.
Yes, Dr. Arvind, please now you throw some light on my question. That
Hello.
Pandemic.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello, sir. You are audible. You are audible, sir.
नहीं सुन पाया आपका क्वेश्चन प्लीज मैम.
My question is that even after 2 years of post-pandemic time, because in 2020 we have this pandemic situation. In the end of March, it was a complete lockdown. This year again is the end of the March. 2 years were over, and if any pandemic situation will come in the last 2 years, educationists or the students, the society, but we are, I think so that we are not able to do. So please throw some light what are the possible causes that why we are not able.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Okay. Your concern is really very good, ma'am. कि after 2 years हम कहाँ stand कर रहे हैं after this? Rishi Raj sir explained very well, ma'am, on this situation. कि yes, अभी हमें कोई भी 21 भी नहीं है, केवल अभी 2 इयर्स में तो हमें टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज ही करना है. हम सेम टेक्नोलॉजी कि कैमरा ब्लैक बोर्ड के सामने रख के और वही टीच यूज करते थे कि और बहुत सी चीजें ऐसी हैं टेक्नोलॉजी से रिलेटेड, पेडागोगी से रिलेटेड. अगर हम अदर कंट्रीज में जाते हैं. हेलो हेलो हेलो. ओके. बहुत सी टेक्नोलॉजी और चीजें ऐसी हैं अदर कंट्री के एजुकेशन सिस्टम में जाते हैं तो जो कि नई टेक्निक्स हैं, नई पेडागोगी हैं, एक्टिविटी बेस्ड पेडागोगी हैं जो कि यूज होती हैं ऑनलाइन टीचिंग में, क्योंकि उनका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ऐसा पहले भी रहा है. हमारे यहाँ नेट स्पीड की भी प्रॉब्लम रहती है अगर हम ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन पे जाते हैं तो अब भी इतना टेक्निकल ग्लिच रहता है. तो अब भी हम इस चीज पे फोकस करें और इन चीजों पे फोकस करें कि अगर दोबारा ऐसी सिचुएशन रिक्रिएट या होती है तो हमें किन एस्पेक्ट पे फोकस में ड्रिल्स हो सकती हैं, स्कूल्स में एक्टिविटी हो सकती हैं हम वैदिक पीढ़ से जो भी चीजें सर ने भी बोला है कि जो कर रहे थे उसके लिए ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन के लिए कोई स्पेसिफाइड टेक्निक्स केवल टेक्नोलॉजी पे तो फोकस रहा है, लेकिन टेक्निक्स पे, मेथड्स पे, स्किल्स पे हमारा फोकस नहीं है अब भी। अगर दोबारा ऐसी सिचुएशन क्रिएट होती है तो फिर वही प्रॉब्लम्स रहेगी हमें। तो अब भी जितने रिफ्रेशर कोर्सेज या जो भी चीजें रहती हैं, हमें इन चीजों पे फोकस करके ही आगे हम इन चीजों पे वर्क कर सकते हैं और इन चीजों को सीख सकते हैं मैम। तो मेरी थिंकिंग यही है कि अब भी हमें कि हाउ टू टीच पे तो फोकस किया थ्रू टेक्नोलॉजी, लेकिन टेक्निक्स पे और स्किल्स पे, पेडागोगी वगैरह जो हैं उन पे हमें अभी और भी वर्क करना है। और ये केवल और केवल जो जिनकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज हैं, जो करिकुलम और सिलेबस या टूल्स पास हैं या जो भी चीजें हैं, उनको आगे जब भी अपना कोई भी प्रोग्राम या ये सभी चीजें करते हैं तो इन चीजों को ध्यान में रखते हुए कि ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन में हम कौन सी पेडागोगी, कौन सी टीचिंग स्किल, कौन सी टीएलएम, क्या क्या चीजें यूज कर सकते हैं एफिशिएंटली कि जो स्टूडेंट्स को अपने टॉपिक को अच्छे से अंडरस्टैंड या क्लियर कर पाए। इन पे अभी काम करना बाकी है मैम, अभी अभी इन पे होना चाहिए काम।
Thank you, sir. May I know that whether Dr. Huma Qureshi has joined us or not? Dr. Huma Qureshi from Pakistan, please. If you have joined from any other ID, please let us know. Actually, there is some connecting issue with her because she disconnects and disconnects. So I think explain the question very well. Actually, in our university, just I am sharing my experience with my students, our institution. Because my university is situated in a rural area, it is completely rural area, and we have only girls students intake. So when the pandemic situation came over, and we started online classes, so the problem was, you may say, very critical because only a very less number of students have smartphones with them, but rest of the students have the opinion that when we don't have any a smartphone or laptop or desktop, we do not have any facility with us. So, and even there are a few students only at the late evening after, you may say, 8, 9 p.m. They just connected with us and just have talked with the teacher that, okay, this was my problem. I was not able to, please send me some, you may say, material and this and that. But after 6 months, when our, you may say, a second wave came, and again there was a need of online classes, the situation was much better. At that time, even some of the students don't have independent smartphones, but they connect with their family members' phones, and even the situation was much better. You may say the reason behind is this: the society, of this much, you may say, orthodox, that they don't allow girls or female member of the family to have a smartphone or to access the technology. This was the major reason. But then the parents or the families of the society find that it is whether it is school education or college education, university education, any step education, then without technology, teaching learning process is not possible. And 1 year, your students will lose their 1 year. So then only they understand that there is a need of this type of facilities which is given to the female better. But we teachers were not able to, you may say, we just impart knowledge to our students. But I think so that for evaluation point of view, we have a totally, you may say, collapsed situation. In teaching learning, we learned a lot, and by learning, we improve ourselves. And we have, you may say, better teachers through online mode also. We use so many different new techniques, but for evaluation purpose, we did nothing. And I think so. This is my personal opinion. Both of you have a different opinion, but in my opinion, this is a total failure from teaching fraternity that we don't devise any new technology and not only technology, rather any new educational device, educational evaluation system through which our learners cannot cheat. We know that the who is giving online, only we just observe them, and if they have shown us their full room view, distant view, and we observe that they are doing their own, then it's fine. Otherwise, we all know that teachers do, students do cheating at their own. But as a teacher, we don't introduce any new evaluation device, new evaluation technique to our system. So what is your opinion, first of all, Mr. Rishi Raj Balwant? This is your chart.
May I say something now?
Yes, sir, please.
In the teaching learning processes, the dialogue method that is introduced by BK Pasi, we try to use it in online mode also. It is very effective. Similarly, open book. To give the same questions. We are practicing for the last 4 years. In Anthem and in Midsem, we are giving some open book examination. We frame questions such a manner where they have to analyze and reflect on what they have learned. Along with that, if we want to train them, the content has to be changed. And how it should be changed? We should consult industry. As per the requirement, we can change something so that we can prepare our students, or job-oriented students can be prepared. Along with that, those who are completed their degrees from our institution, our alumni, we must connect. We must connect them because they will provide the right kind of skills that is required in the market. They will inform us what is happening in the market, what kind of research is required. So if we are able to do all those things, then I'm very sure that yes, we have to take care of these points. We have to inculcate these points in the curriculum somewhere and give ample emphasis on it. This is all from my side.
Dr. Gill.
Yes, ma'am, Suman ma'am, I am totally agree with you. There are some technical institutes or there is some computer courses. They face not much problem, but in education institute we face same problems you already explained. So Rishi Raj sir explained so many things, ki Pasi sir's dialogue methods or discussions methods, so many methods, but there is a very जो टेक्निकली बड़े साउंड हैं, जो सारी चीजें उनके पास हैं, तो उन्होंने तो फिर भी किया। नहीं तो सेम सुमन मैम जो कह रहे हैं कि हम उनको चीटिंग के लिए our university purchase a software for the online examination, but we are totally helpless. कभी उधर से लाइट नहीं आ रही है, कभी उधर से उन्होंने एक ऐसा सिस्टम दिया कि जितनी बार स्टूडेंट्स मूव करेगा तो रेड शो करेगा। तो 2 आवर्स के एग्जामिनेशन में 100 रेड शो हो सकते थे, तो हम कैसे उनके एग्जाम को कैंसिल कर पाते? क्योंकि टेक्निकली ना तो स्टूडेंट उस तरफ से इतने साउंड थे, ना कि बहुत से टीचर, हाँ जो टेक्निकल इंस्टीट्यूट थे, जहाँ कंप्यूटर कोर्सेज थे, ये जो मैनेजमेंट कोर्सेज नहीं है आईआईटीज में, फिर भी बहुत सी ओपन रही हैं, लेकिन जो एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट थे, पास कोर्स के इंस्टीट्यूट्स थे, जहाँ टेक्नोलॉजी का मिनिमम यूज रहता है, केवल स्मार्ट बोर्ड्स तक ही लिमिट कर देते हैं हम, और पीपीटी तक लिमिट कर देते हैं एजुकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी को, वहाँ ये बिल्कुल इवैल्यूएशन पैटर्न में, सिस्टम में बहुत ही ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम रही। सर का जो सजेशन रहा है कि ओपन बुक एग्जाम हो सकते हैं, लेकिन ओपन बुक एग्जाम में भी आप मान लीजिए 2 आवर्स का है, 30 मिनट्स सीट सबमिशन के लिए देते हैं उनको, लेकिन वो इवनिंग तक सीट सबमिट करते रहते हैं कि सर टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम थी, लाइट चली गई थी। तो ये प्रॉब्लम्स हमने भी फेस किए इवैल्यूएशन पैटर्न की मैम। देन आफ्टर दैट इन नेक्स्ट सेमेस्टर we totally evaluate on ऑब्जेक्टिव टाइप क्वेश्चंस ऑब्जेक्टिव टाइप क्वेश्चंस में भी जो स्टूडेंट्स का हमने कंपेयर किया रिजल्ट, तो जिन स्टूडेंट्स की कभी 60% मार्क्स नहीं रहे थे फर्स्ट और सेकंड सेम में, फोर्थ और थर्ड सेम्स में 90 क्रॉस 90%, वो हैक कर लेते थे, टेक्नोलॉजी सीखते थे या कोई और इवन मैं पेरेंट्स के बारे में ये कहूंगा कि इवेल्युएशन सिस्टम में, चीटिंग में, ऑनलाइन में पेरेंट्स ने भी बहुत हेल्प की है। जो पेरेंट्स की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी थी कि वो जो ड्यूटी दे सकते थे घर पे, उन्होंने नहीं दिया, वो इवन चीटिंग में हेल्प करते जरूर रही है मैम, और इसमें हम हेल्पलेस रहे हैं, फिर भी अगर ऐसे आगे होता है तो इस चीज पे जरूर फोकस होना चाहिए मैम। थैंक यू फ्रॉम दिस इज फ्रॉम माय साइड मैम।
Okay, well
बोलेंगे कि
spoken. And as Rishi Raj sir has told us that he has followed Pasis sir's dialogue mode in his teaching learning process. Sir, we are also following Pasis sir's dialogue method in our this conference. This presentation will be totally through dialogue mode. And the open book examination tools are adopted, but even in my university, my institute, I was not able to follow open examination system, because for that we have to train our students also that how they have to give answers to it. So again, I am of this opinion that most of the, as Gil sir said, that exceptionally, just as your institution, minimum number of institutions who are there in India who has adopted open book system, who has adopted the new system of education so that our students can't cheat us. So, but mostly our educational institutions of higher learning, they have the same repeated examination system. Now, my next question is, this is what we are discussing for our higher education system. But you know, the base or the foundation of higher education is school education. Without improvement in school education, it is not possible to give, you may say, heights to our higher education or heights to our research, or as you told us, Rishi Raj sir, that we have to focus on the new and emerging areas of research. So without a solid base in the school education, all this was not possible. But you know, side, the population goes to government sector, not to private sector. We all know that in private sector, even though the parents provide smartphones or laptops or desktops to their you may say children, but in government schools, more than 90% population is from such families where they don't have any such accessibility. In the starting of the, you may say, pandemic situation is before 2 years, there was a very critical situation. Even in the month of August 2020, my DA, Dean and MA students, they have been assigned their respective government schools for their internship. And in during internship, only the university have to prepare their lectures, small lectures, their assignments, and they have to post in the groups, because as and when the student have the accessibility in 1 day or 2 day, they will just look over it. Otherwise, there was no two-way communication. Even after, you may say, in the second wave, during the second wave in that pandemic, again, these days also, my students have completed in the starting of the March their internship, and most of the internship was through online mode. Only a rare days they have gone to schools. So in this at this time the situation is a little bit better, because their families, at least one in the family, have smartphone, and students see their videos or assignments in the evening, and they give classes were taken in the evening. So that was a possible case. Otherwise, it was a total failure. And even if government you may say, though we promote it in the 10th and 12th standards, but if actually there is any fair test, we know the actual condition, actual learning content or base of our student, that was very down. And even still, we are not able to, you may say, do something better. In my opinion, just I'm suggesting one opinion, that if government is in some situations, government has started that concept that in different you may say remote areas or even villages or remote you may say areas of cities where there is no such facilities, then some you may say mentors were appointed where they go, they just collect 15 20 students of roundabout area. But in a better way, if government provide or the schools or the authorities provide any smartphone person, a smartphone or just any tablet or a laptop, he just go to different areas, located areas. There they you must say gather the students, because in that area, if they don't have any such you must say COVID effective people, then they allow outsiders. Then and the vendor who will go there, that should be from preferably from that community also, so that outside you may say disease cannot be put into that area. So in this way, so many different other you may say concepts which we can utilize in our education system. So if you have something in your mind, so you please share with us. Rishi Raj sir, if you have something to say.
Uh, I understand the situation. In our case, situation is good. But if the area is rural, yes, students will definitely face the problem because they are not aware about the technology. They're not very well versed with the technology, and therefore they face problem. Now, I don't know whether it's the right kind of suggestion or not, but in few cases, for example, in Gujarat, they try to provide a handbook to the students. They prepared, government prepared some kind of handbook, and they provide this handbook to the students. And in the evening, either on WhatsApp call or on conference, teachers try to teach the topic and tell them that yes, you have the notebook, the content is with you, and this is to them, and accordingly, students try to solve the exercise. Along with that, if we give some kind of intervention to the parents that yes, this is the pandemic, and in this pandemic situation, this is what you have to do. They are in stress. We know that students also facing the stress because whatever we are explaining, they might not understand. Because in offline, yes, as teachers, we can explain it very well. But when it comes to the students, when they are at home, it is very difficult because the environment is different. And for this teaching learning process, environment plays a very important role. So we have to involve parents also that yes, can you please help us in these small things so that your child will get education. So we have to identify small strategies, and those strategies will help students to gain or attain their education. So these are two things from my side.
Thank you, sir. You have shared this information with us, the situation the Gujarat government has tackled that situation. Arvind sir, do you have any, you must say, suggestion in this matter?
या मैम प्लीज मैम मैं एक रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, जहाँ पीजी क्लासेस रहती है, एमएड क्लासेस रहती है, मस्ट बी क्रिएट योर यूट्यूब चैनल्स, मस्ट बी अपलोड लेक्चर्स अगर डाउनलोड हो सकते हैं, क्योंकि एट द पेंडेमिक टाइम वी हैव नॉट इनफ वाईफाई कनेक्शंस. अब एक प्रॉब्लम मेरे साथ रही मैम, किसी ने मुझे शेयर किया, उनके 2 बच्चे थे, 2 लैपटॉप परचेज किए, खुद वो टीचर थे, तीसरा लैपटॉप नियर अबाउट 2 lakhs spends and then continue the classes. तो मैम एक रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप अपने फेसबुक पेज, यूट्यूब चैनल्स, कोई भी ऐप जरूर क्रिएट कीजिए जिसपे आप अपने लेक्चर अपलोड कर पाए, आपको हेल्प करेंगे. आप अपने कॉलेज का यूट्यूब चैनल जरूर क्रिएट कीजिए, जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं उनको टॉपिक दीजिए, वो रिकॉर्ड करके उसमें अपलोड करें. इस तरह के छोटे छोटे स्टेप हो सकते हैं मैम।
Hello, Ravi sir. Sorry, Arvind sir. We have started towards this direction, and already we have allocated different topics to our students because it's
Yes, ma'am.
tenure where at which time they went to schools and what the topics they should teach to students. But allocate, we divided all the syllabus of different classes and allocate to students. Is going on. Some of the videos are prepared, rest we will prepare. Students are preparing under the guidance of respective teachers, and we have started the YouTube channel. But uploading of YouTube channel, we want that just we start from from a dignitary so that it will be a big launch. So our education minister or someone else, some dignity will start it. So sir, my Institute of Teacher Training and Research, it has started towards this. The suggestion you have given me, we have already very valuable session because we during the our internship of students, we face difficulty in teaching students, school students. So that's why we have this in our mind that we ourselves, our students will prepare because they are very happy when their own teachers or when they say that taught us, this was taught us, our seniors. So that way they know those girls. So they are very happy by learning those girls because there is less gap age, and less gap age is less more friendly. So they feel more friendly with them, and they were more excited with learning those girls. So we have started already this much, and I think so we have discussed a lot, and my both experts have shared their valuable information. Really, sir, it really gives me direction also to give direction to my students in which direction we should we are going. That is also right from both of the you have much knowledge you have shared with us. The guidelines you have provided to us. So we are moving. I'm confirmed now that we are moving to a right direction, and for future also, I got some direction. I got some inspiration from you, and I hope that in future we will keep in touch with you, and both of you give us your valuable suggestions, and we will involve in our further academic activities. And thank you, Rishi Raj sir. Thank you, Arvind sir. Now I switch our mic to Dr. Rajkumari.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I would like to thank you, Dr. Rishi Raj Palwaria, working as Assistant Professor in Navrachna University, Vadodara. Sir focus on major issues and challenges in teaching process. His focus on that educational system is changing and teacher should provide opportunity in practical aspects. I would thank you, Dr. Arvind Gill from Maharaja Surajmal Institute of Janakpuri, New Delhi. Sir gives your ideas on changing education system. He told that during COVID-19 education system affect badly, especially primary education affect very badly, not only student but teacher also face many challenges. Thank you, sir. Thank you all participants for listen carefully. I would thank to Dr. Education and Chairperson of BPSITTR. I thank you also Dr. Reena Rani, Dr. Priya Dhingra, convener of this conference. I thank you Dr. Anup Lara, Dr. Salah Rani, co-convener of this international conference. Thank you to all. Now time is for technical session. First, all participants are requested to join their uh, technical session for paper presentation. Thank you to all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for providing me the opportunity, Suman, ma'am. Thank you.
and dear all of you will stations. So all of you join your respective stations for your technical session, which will start after 15 minutes. So have a tea and then join, please. Rishi Raj sir, very nice
Thank
to
you.
meet you. Really, it was a good allocation. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
When S capital. उसमें तो क्या ही फर्क पड़ता है हाँ जी बस यही इशू है वो तो बस उन्होंने कहा 220 आ जाओ। मेरे यार दवाई का नहीं जाऊँ सब इलेक्ट्रिक वाला
Sections.
கேட்கலையா இல்லை எதில் கலந்துக்கிறேன் ஏதோ இதுன்னு சொன்னாங்க என்னோட லிங்க் பண்ண சொன்னாங்க லிங்க் பண்ண ஒன்றும் தெரிய மாட்டேங்குது அதுதான் கேட்குறேன் இதுதான் தெரியல அதான் இதையும் பார்த்து அது வேற இது வேற வருது இதுதான் ஆட் பண்ணுங்க சார்
कौन बोल रहा है ओपन मीटिंग एंड हो गई क्या मुझे कुछ सुनना नहीं हो रहा सुना नहीं कुछ तो द 14 लोग हैं 4 बजे तक होगा स्कूल से आने में ज्यादा लेट हो गए क्या रमन वेयर आर यू
ये दो थे और रख जाना
हेलो हेलो हेलो
Sir, program what, sir?
हाँ जी सर हाँ जी बीपीएस का यहाँ कोई है सदस्य हेलो
Emergency.